So on that point, I want to just kind of go down the line and ask each of you, kind of at a high level and at a kind of strategic level, what are your plans for addressing the hybrid workplace? And kind of, we thought there was going to be a return to office in, summer or fall of 2020. Then we thought sometime in 2021. We're hoping spring of 22. How is that your vision of that reality of hybrid work changed as hybrid work itself as a concept has changed? And I'll just start here.
First of all, we've come back to EC, so so it's great. It's great to be here. It's great to share the stage with such esteemed colleagues, especially Kira. I'm a big fan of hers. Miss working with her. As far as 8x8 is concerned, we've always been kind of an operate from anywhere company. So working hybrid is part of our DNA. We believe work is not a place anymore. I mean, and certainly hasn't been in the last 2 years. But what we saw was that in the last 2 years, almost everybody jumped in to help the knowledge worker, meaning how do you get them on video or team messaging or meetings. But what about the shop floor worker? The people who could not stop working, right? So that for us has been a focus area, along with the other use cases, which is how do we provide company-wide capabilities where it's not just the IT worker, it's not your knowledge worker, it's the contact center agent, it's the contact center supervisor, it's the lobby and the folks who are at the receptionist who have gone virtual. So that's something which we've been addressing for some time. And now we are doing more to bring those worlds of employee experience, customer experience together. And that's part of our XCaaS pitch. So.
Got it. Larissa?
One of the biggest changes, I think, when I left Microsoft and joined Cisco 4 years ago was actually hybrid working, because I didn't realize how much Cisco was already a big remote population. And it was interesting to see the technology that was powering that. So it was actually across the hardware and the software. The number of people that I had been working with that I'd never seen in real life became a reality for everyone, since we all could not see each other for multiple years now. And I think the stop-start, as you were mentioning, of planning to come back and then having to obviously stay remote to stay safe, there was a lot of concern around mental health and balance, since a lot of people who were actually working remotely were not finding that balance anymore. And a lot of the capabilities we've built into the platform across hardware and software has really been around how do we maintain people's ability to deliver and contribute regardless of where they are. Like you said, work is what we do, not where we go anymore. I think that's become very true for many of us. But not only that, how do we make sure that everyone can equally contribute? So things like artificial intelligence and really removing sound from your kitchen or from the baby crying or whatever that may be, that has been a huge part of our focus, is how do we make sure that everyone has an equal platform and equal ability to contribute regardless of where you're in. That's in a call, in a meeting, the contact center agent working from home, which we're seeing and likely is going to be staying and persisting much more. I think all of those investments have been contributing to that. I think hoteling will be another big part of that. Folks that are coming back into the office are looking at coming back 1 to 2 days a week, not 100%. How do you manage that? What if we all decide to come back to the office that same day? Now there's not enough room for all of us, right? And so thinking through how analytics will drive those types of transitions and the new patterns for that hybrid worker and remote workers being, again, always included regardless of where all of their teammates are.
Okay, Mahendra?
Awesome. First of all, it's so awesome to be here in person at Orlando for Enterprise Connect. I missed being here for the past 2 years, and so did all of us, I guess. But when it comes to hybrid work, if I think about Microsoft, we've taken a very flexible approach to hybrid work, even with our employees, because a lot of our customers ask us, hey, how should I kind of deal with hybrid work as people are starting to return to the office? And if I were to just kind of use one word to kind of describe the culture we want to make sure that we embrace with hybrid work, it's inclusivity. And that inclusivity comes in the form of, like we recognize that people love flexibility, and people are going to demand flexibility in the new way of work because they've gotten used to it. People like to receive the children when they come back from home. They don't want to work 5 days a week like that was the norm before. So to embrace the inclusivity, what we are focused on is how do we kind of build products and technology that creates that inclusive workplace, of the future. Starting with investments in the meeting rooms to make sure that not only the remote participants feel included, but even people in the room, how can we use technology to make sure people in a room huddled around a table aren't this 9 by 9 pixels in a video feed, but how can you actually make their presence equitable to the other participants in the meeting? So that's one area we are spending a lot of energy on to make sure the meeting room experience provides a very equitable experience for all participants. And of course, just like other colleagues of mine here, the things we do with AI, the things we're doing with Microsoft Viva, to provide those employee experience insights. So as managers and as leaders, we can actually make sure we have a good pulse for how the organization is performing, and identify burnout before it happens, look for signals for burnout, and take actions to prevent it. So yeah, that's I would say that's kind of like inclusivity is kind of the core of the future of hybrid work.
Got it. Inclusivity, Kira?
So we at Essential have always been about work from anywhere, work on any device, work any way that you like. And hybrid has really kind of propelled that to the front of everybody, of how everybody works. And so with that, if you think about hybrid, you think of people on the go. Everybody is remote, people are in the office, people are moving between offices, people are moving between locations. When you work remote, that really means that mobility is ever so important. And we've always been mobile first in the way that we build our solutions, in the way that we go to market, in the way that we enable our customers. And we continue on that journey with what we now call radical mobility, to make everybody, as my panelists have said, equitable. That is what enables everybody, regardless of where they are, to participate in anything that they need to participate work-related, or be able to do work remotely when they're on the go as they're moving and to pick up their kids from school. The other aspect of what we all deal with, meeting fatigue, we deal with too many meetings that run into each other. How do you deal with this? We deal with this by making meetings smarter. And what does that mean? That means providing you a pre and post meeting experiences that really take the headache out of having to worry about having missed a meeting, being late to a meeting, and so on. And that is all supported by deep AI capabilities that we've been building over the years. And finally, to make it all work together and to really be able to manage your business with remote workers, with hybrid workforce, you have to have deep analytics, and you have to have analytics at every aspect of what you do, whether that's quality of service, whether that's how your people are performing, whether that's whether you're staffed to handle certain tasks, and then ultimately how do you report all of that to your leadership. So to us, hybrid workforce really means enabling these types of capabilities for our customers, and that's the journey that we've been on as internally as well as for our customers, because really it all starts with how do you work at the company, and we all have had to work in a hybrid environment for the last 2 years.
Great. Okay. Savani?
Well, first of all, great to be here. It's fantastic to see the room full of people, and not just this, but I do believe we have another few thousand people watching online as well. So talk about hybrid. We're living it right now. So, from our perspective at Vonage, one of the things we did was every employee became a flex worker, or literally overnight. So yes, there were a lot of people who were coming into the office. Yes, there were a lot of people who were remote. But practically everybody became a flex worker. Somebody wants to come in once a day, once a week, once a year, totally up to them. They decide their schedules. But when we talk about the worker population, and I think the question you asked, Eric, a lot of it was related to the knowledge workers, and that's one big population. For sure, 200 million people worldwide, knowledge workers, we got to address those problems. But I think I'm going to touch on this. The challenge of this hybrid work is way beyond that as well, right? It's the person who's sitting on a utility pole, solving the issue of that transformer, which is over there. How do you make their job easy? right? It's the person who's in the warehouse trying to figure out which package to ship where. How do you make their job easy? And how do you bring hybrid into that, right? So how do you bring things like an AR-based experience which can beam back to a central command center, which can allow those things to happen in a much more immersive way. So one of the things we're doing is we're enabling these concepts of more immersive experiences through hybrid, and by doing so, enabling things like the meetings, where if it's a meeting like this, I mean, imagine 3-4 years from now, the concept of hybrid might include even virtual. Right now, it's only physical and digital, but in the future, might include virtual as well. So the experience of hybrid I think, will start to become much more immersive, much more real in some ways, which has its pros and cons to it, but I think there's value and there's direction in doing so.
Okay, great. And Graham?
Yeah, Zoom, from a product development philosophy perspective, the cornerstone is that the future of work is hybrid. And so, fully embracing that, and as we see our customers really, with their struggles, I think it was mentioned, originally planning to return, and then having to replan to return, and kind of those waves and evolutions over the past 2 years. It's been about, really staying true to them and hearing, those struggles that they're going through, and really what we've found is it's about being flexible. And it's the flexibility of the platform to solve for the anywhere, any device mantra. But one thing that I think that hasn't been mentioned is really solving for not just internal, but also external, and serving all of your audiences, regardless of where they're at. And then another cornerstone and pillar that we're really embracing is really that democratization for that remote worker. And so it's about making sure that as a remote worker, when we were all remote, we were all created equal, in our own square, and making sure that as we return, people don't get that bowling alley effect where they're looking at that room. And one of the evolutions that we've seen here over the past 2 years is we very early on we really invested in this democratization, but it's about not all spaces are created equal either. And so there's a tremendous amount of power that we can deliver from the cloud, and a level of platform intelligence to solve for a wide variety of use cases where it might include multiple devices within a given room, and really allowing the power of the cloud to help solve that for our customers.
Cool. All right. Well, it's a great level set. We hear things like inclusivity, hybrid, all these critical words. Jim, you want to go from there?
At the fall virtual event, I took the liberty of kind of asking a question, which was a problem that I was dealing with on a daily basis, and I know you've all gone through the same thing. You're using someone's platform, and I'll just use a Teams, a Zoom, or a WebEx, and you're on one of those calls. Your next call is with someone else on some other platform. All of a sudden, you don't have access to your speaker, your microphone, or your camera. The applications were pirating that. So I started off thinking and asked the question, because we had very much the same people represented, different people maybe represented, and in this particular case, Scott Van Vliet from Microsoft was on the panel, and I kind of took him on first. And I felt a little bit unfair, because I said, you guys have the platform, the operating system, and you've got Teams, and so what are you going to do about it? And that was the question we had for everyone. What are you going to do to fix the problem? So, Mahindra, I'm either doing you a favor saying, here's your chance to brag about what you've done, or you're getting thrown under the bus because nothing happened.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I think the spirit of Jim's question is, how do we provide our customers choices and don't lock them into a single product, so they can actually seamlessly switch across apps that they've chosen that's best for their business. At Microsoft, when we went through this journey over the past 4 years of moving our Skype for Business users over to Teams, we had a lot of learnings, which we applied, which will extend the fixes we put in the product, so that, when I'm on a Teams meeting, I can receive a phone call on Skype for Business. And those learnings equally apply to whether it's a Cisco WebEx product or a Zoom product. They just happen. And we've also been intentional about making sure we respect the resources that the platform or the device is providing, and use just-in-time provisioning. We do not go access the camera resource and lock the camera resource unless you turn the camera on, right? So, and with Windows 11, again, at Microsoft, since we also kind of own an operating system product in Windows 11, We are making investments at a core platform level as well to provide a shared device kind of API, which allows the device resources to be used judiciously across multiple apps. So I don't know if that addresses your question, Jim, but if you have any specific feedback on shortcomings Teams has, I'm happy to take it back and get it fixed ASAP. But we believe we've addressed the core issue.
Well, I did throw you under the bus, I guess. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
There were a lot of different people. I'm just going to go to Larissa next because Job had said, yep, we're going to look into it and solve the problem.
So we definitely heard that same feedback. Customers are having to move between different types of meetings, different types of vendors, and we've addressed it both on the client side as well as actually in our devices. We recently released our Room OS, which allows you to have a wide range of meetings, different kinds of meetings in our rooms. So yes, the release of the microphone and the camera and from the same device. It's the same one-touch calendar experience. So thinking through not just the microphone and the camera, but really that entire experience end-to-end to minimize as much of the stress as possible. So calendar integration, one-touch join, and always having that high-quality audio-video, because really that is the critical component we believe for that remote worker to be able to equally contribute, is that they can always hear you in real time. There is no delay. There's no disadvantage to not being in the room.
Great. Anybody else want to respond? I'd have to say that my experience in the last few months, I haven't really had that problem. I did have it one day, and I realized it was my security app taking over, and it said these people are trying to take over your mic, and I'm not going to let them do that. So, and I was blaming one of the vendors on stage for that at the time, and I realized, oh no, that wasn't it. So
yeah. So Jim, I'll go. I think I was there on the panel when you talked
about
this question. So one of the things, and I think Mahendra is right. There's a OS dependency, for sure, but then there's also a client dependency. And what we've done is we've invested a lot in our WebRTC libraries for video, specifically. And you can control some of those elements through those libraries, but then ultimately, the resources, for a good reason, are controlled only by one specific transaction or one specific client. Why? Because of power usage and battery life. There's so many things that kind of go into that. But we think that the solution is both on the client side and on the OS side. There's more we can do. I think all of us can do. We've invested more on the client media processing side of things on our own BBC platform for solving the specific issue, because we started to hear some of the people kind of talk about it. I mean, I had the same problem myself. But there's definitely some OS elements as well which need to change.
Great.
So I'll be bold and I'll say that RingCentral releases media and microphones and devices. So if anybody has a problem, please let me know. RingCentral media meetings or phone calls.
Look, could you give us your email address just in case?
I'll leave them to you first. And you can join any meeting. You can join any meeting from same one touch that Larissa described. I think that's becoming a norm nowadays, that you should be able to join meetings.
I would just add that there are some experiences within a number of our platforms that we do deliver that require resources both pre or after the meeting, and so I think we have to be honest with how we do that, and that's how we deliver frictionless and really seamless end user experiences. So the ability to use ultrasonic to do seamless pair and share, where you walk into a space and you can click a single button to present your content without having to fumble with dongles, is something that many of the platforms up here support, and so. But that requires you to use resources in advance of a meeting or post-meeting. And so one of the things that I think that at Zoom we've done is to make sure that we push the power of those experiences both to the end user as well as the administrator. So we allow the administrator and the end user to toggle either on or off some of those capabilities, so they can choose whether or not it's impacting their ability to simply go between different platforms, or if they've consolidated on a single platform, they can opt in for what we would, a delightful experience so that they can walk into some of these. So, it extends across ultrasonic, it extends across sometimes Bluetooth control protocols that need to be utilized both in the meeting but also out of the meeting as well.
But it's ultimately choice, though, because from my perspective, I just want to make sure that we are very specific about the question. This is only about video for the most part. On audio, I think most of us have solved it where we only use the resources when we need them, and we don't hold on to the mics. For video, like we, at least on the 8x8 side, we have a thriving open source community, and problems like these don't pass through an open source community. Like Jitsi, our video platform, we would get killed if we are not releasing video resources after, or we are holding on to video resources longer. And it's the same applies. I mean, the customer choice piece, like we are starting to see people who are using multiple video vendors for their video meetings, depending on different teams. So you'll go into a room which is set up for Zoom and 8x8 meetings, for example. And if it doesn't interoperate the hardware, and if you're not building that tech in right in the platform, it's just not going to work. Like the customer is going to throw you out.
Yeah. I think one other thing to add, I think you talked about the end user experience and finding the right balance. While we want to make it as seamless as possible, I think security is another thing that is super important, right? Holding on to resources prior to the meeting or after the meeting is a huge concern for many industries and many workers across the board. So I think that is a responsibility of all of ours to ensure that that security piece, I mean, as Cisco, we are constantly looking at security being top of mind. Obviously, not just because we are big in security, but all of the industries and customers that we have, holding onto a camera or accessing it for the times where you're not in a meeting is a no-go, right? And so we have to make sure that that's another aspect to balance along with the user.
And that's what I mentioned, Amit, to Amit's point. There's so much only you can do in the open source community. That's what the WebRTC libraries are doing.
Right.
And you can contribute to that. You can make sure that you get just-in-time resource allocation. You can do all those things, but ultimately there is an OS dependency, which is very different from Mac versus other operating systems, right? So I think there is something that still needs to be solved.
Well, I want to kind of pick up and a level up from the resources and the hardware. I mean, you've all got these great solutions that you're rolling out now that bring AI into video, and a lot of you now are talking about the metaverse, wherever on the spectrum that may land. And it seems like the whole challenge of interoperability, or one system talking to another, is going to get just even more complex as each of you develops a really, your own solution to how to solve this myriad of point problems that you're all trying to solve for. How do enterprise people think about approaching that kind of a world, that constellation of challenges?
So first of all, I'm just excited. I'm here live with you guys, not in the metaverse. After having been home for 2 years, it would have sucked for me to be here just wearing an Oculus. But from my perspective, you're right. The worlds are colliding, right? I mean, communication space as a whole is coming together, and it's driven by the requirements. And it's driven by the buyer. Like 2 years, 3 years from now, you'd see, I think, the same buyer make their decision on UC and CC and CPaaS. Today, at large enterprises, they're still done separately, and whether it's the vendors or the channel partners or the SIs are the people who are bringing them together. Because, for example, in a contact center, while they're thinking about, the contact center buyer is thinking about the contact center software, they're not necessarily thinking about the headset with the noise canceling pieces, which are which brings clarity into the conversation. They are not thinking about collaboration use cases where these agents can be super productive. Like I was in a Google session this morning, and they said that one of the main one of the main productivity measures for a contact center agent is how effectively they collaborate. So meaning like the UC tools, like the collaboration tools which they use. So for me, personally, I feel like all of these things are like burger, fries, and Coke. It should be one word, right? So it should all be together. And I think we talk a lot about unified experiences, and I think everybody here would say that they are driving a lot of that. And that's where the world needs to go into. From my perspective, it needs to be one as opposed to unified. Like the orchestration like when you add users, whether you add users in your UC platform or in the CC platform, or you're getting APIs built in for your CPaaS elements, these should be one. So that I feel that all of these things need to come together much more effectively than they are today. We are definitely doing that on our side. And I think the buyer is going to evolve where these things are going to be consumed the same way. They're going to buy the same way. They're going to license the same way. It's the same as what we talked about on the Microsoft side. If you're a Teams user and you're on the shop floor, for example, you may not necessarily use Teams, but you need to use something to collaborate which feeds into Teams. Right. So these things need to come together.
Yeah, I think the CPaaS strategy is one that is coming up and evolving across all the vendors. Yep. For us, definitely, that is our strategy, is looking at APIs to ensure that the capabilities, including the artificial intelligence capabilities, are exposed. We build a lot of features. We build a whole Happy Meal, burger, fries, and Coke, between the headset, the meetings, the calling, the contact center. That entire solution is built to work together. And actually, we are able to do that because it is on a common platform. Yep. So when we build artificial intelligence capabilities, like the noise suppression, you get it in the contact center call, the call that you're on, whether it is to someone in the field, even in your meetings. But I think your question was, how do you expose that to others? Because once you have it once, you actually want to use it across different meetings, different hardware, different rooms. And I think that's the API strategy for us, is how do we make sure that as we consolidate everything across the board, get to a unified experience, which we are all doing, how do you leverage the individual pieces that are maybe differentiated by each vendor, incorporate that? I think workflow integration is another one that we're seeing a lot of, which is I want to use maybe with my ERP system, one set of tools. I want to be able to leverage the pre and post meeting notes. As Kira, you mentioned, we've also done similar things of being able to prep you better before the meeting and have the summary, the video that you can play at different speeds after the meeting, so you could leverage it as an asset for all of your work. That asset actually can be sent to Slack, to Microsoft Teams, to any of the other ecosystems. So it's not a closed ecosystem. It's looking at how do you take the conversation, the asset that comes from that conversation, whether it's a recording or notes, and then integrate it into all of the workflows, whether that is a frontline worker or a knowledge worker.
Okay. Well, I want to actually let Jim ask another question, because we have stop because of our streaming. So I want to get a few different topics in here yet, and so
okay. Well,
Jim,
thanks.
You can...
One of the things, and I've talked to some colleagues of mine about this issue. You have your internal communications collaboration solutions, and then you start thinking about the things that you share on that. And then if you're doing it externally with an outside organization, what do you do about that? In fact, one of my colleagues says, well, you should use one platform for internal and one platform external, and so you just don't mess up. But that's really kind of a question for you. How do you make sure that you're using the right combinations of things and using those collaboration solutions so that you're using both of them as effectively as possible?
Sure, I can take that. I think basically what you're asking is UCCC, how do they come together in one aspect of a use case?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing about that, because that's a whole other subject which we kind of touched on. This was taking a little bit of a different step, is that if I'm using whatever platform internally for my collaboration, and then I've got customers I'm working with on the outside, the difference between those two platforms, and how do you make sure that someone doesn't say, well, I always do this, and then all of a sudden you're sharing something you didn't mean to share. Again, that's where my colleague said you should use completely different platforms. I mean, and No?
I disagree. I think
fundamentally disagree with that in just the sense that that's pushing the burden from IT onto the end user, and I think that as vendors we should never look to do that. I think that really at its cornerstone you should never have two different platforms for internal, external. It should be a single platform that can do both. Now that said, there are tremendously powerful capabilities of allowing e-discovery, DLP, all of the enterprise feature sets that are needed and required. Whether a company has standardized on OneDrive from a Microsoft perspective, Box on another, leveraging that the best of breed approach that customers can choose from around data privacy, security, and having those level of integrations so that from an end user perspective you can still delight that from a workflow. They can leverage a single platform, but then IT gets the level of comfort that they need around data privacy and security.
I mean, this is a solved problem in some ways because you have role-based access control, which exists for most applications, most cloud applications today. So if you have the right policies, if you have the right role-based access control, if you have the right admin structure, you can define that across the different user base that you have, both internal, which is specific to customer-focused internal versus internal. And then based on, I think Graham is right, there's a lot of other in document, in Word, kind of in the actual PDF, whatever format that you're using, there's a lot of techniques that you can do to make sure that you're not inadvertently sharing things outside. But this is a solved problem.
Yeah, but I agree with Savani and Graham. Your controls, your enterprise controls, there are ways to manage this today. It's a problem largely has been solved. I think it's legacy systems that live in two different worlds and systems don't talk to each other. And I think that makes it actually really ineffective because what you're actually looking for is the efficiency that you get both for your employees and the communication that you have with your customers, partners, whoever in the ecosphere that you are working with, that actually requires collaboration. And with collaboration, you become more effective and your productivity goes up, your customer satisfaction goes up, your employee satisfaction goes up. All of these, we actually measure all of these, and based on interoperability, based on common workflows, based on bringing information into, in our case, into RingCentral applications. So that's right there at your fingertips, so that when you need to approve a Workday offer, you approve it from within the app in the same way that you approve your NetSuite PO that you need to approve. All of that is in the app, so you don't have to switch context. And of course, all of that comes with security and guardrails that are a must in today's world.
Henry, you look like you have something to say too.
Yeah, at Microsoft, we've spent a lot of energy to blur these boundaries between internal and external collaboration. With Teams Share Channels and Teams Connect, it is to make sure that users, we don't put this cognitive overload on our end users who have to think about, hey, do I use a different tool? Where do I store my file when I share or collaborate with a third-party company? At the same time, we are very mindful about making sure from a compliance and security perspective, all those requirements are getting met, right? So this is an area that continues to be a focus for us. Not just kind of within the enterprise identity. We would like end users to actually have one canvas that straddles their consumer identity as well as enterprise identity. And the technology will take care of the burden of them inadvertently sharing information or getting out of policy and give them the right feedback so they can actually collaborate with people, without going through a bunch of mental steps they have to take, right? So it's just to kind of simplify. Simplification is the key.
Yeah, over the pandemic, I think we saw a lot of these kinds of requests, specifically in education, where ethical walls became important. Since the students and teachers going to talk to each other, that's internal, and parents and teachers or parents and students, there's a bunch of those, but no other parent should talk to my student, or all of these complications. I think I completely agree. From a user experience standpoint, we need to make it as easy as possible for the end user. Ideally, that also doesn't mean you have completely different feature sets just because you're talking externally to someone. You should have some consistency in the things that I can do, whether I'm talking to someone internal or external. And that's something at WebEx we have been focusing on, is how do you have a very consistent, I don't have to retrain myself, I don't have to sign in, sign out, have a different identity just because I'm talking externally. All of those processes and flows become efficient. But at the same time, in real time, we should be able to tell you, you tried to send a file or a picture or whatever it is, that's not allowed because it has a credit card information or it has other pieces. So I think the security aspect is important. And when you apply that, whether it's at an administrative level or the end user's ability to take actions back and ensure that they're abiding by their policies, which are less severe than I think certain policies applied at the admin level, is important so that that experience is much more cohesive.
That's going great. And I probably didn't ask the question you thought I was going to ask, did I?
I'm sorry.
I didn't ask the question you thought I was going to ask.
Oh, no, but you can take the last question. We got just enough time for some short answers.
Well, I guess it's the question of UCaaS and CCaaS blending together.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk about that, and I've heard some vendors say, oh yeah, we do it. Well, yeah, they have a UCaaS solution, they have a CCaaS solution, but the idea is that you can leverage those two together, and in theory, what we've talked about for years is called the informal contact center, where I'm just a regular employee, a knowledge worker, but I get all kinds of information about before the call, wrap up after the call, and all of that. So where are we all on that, and how close are we to actually having one platform?
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, that's Jim's question. I'm going to ask you each to answer it in one sentence.
So I'll start. So I think when we look at the blending worlds of UCaaS and CCaaS, it's evidenced by a recent release of Zoom Contact Center, which provides exactly what you're talking about, is leveraging the best of breed single client experience that we have across Zoom Phone, meetings, and chat, and extending that into the CCaaS market for supervisors and agents. And that approach allows for a lot of simplicity, agent productivity. Some of the stats that was shared earlier around really important collaboration between agents, allowing for increased agent efficiencies. So very much a firm believer in the convergence of these two worlds.
Great answer. Paragraph, not sentence.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
long sentence.
We've been believers in UCaaS and CCaaS and have been talking about it for years for the wireless communication platform. And it's great to see others kind of joining into that process as well. And what we believe is the way to do it in a way you can compose and scale is do it through the platform. So do it through the APIs so you can create the right capabilities on the applications, which can then scale for you and the ecosystem, versus having those capabilities built into the application itself, whether it's presence, agent, address book, whatever it might be. So scale through the platform, absolutely the right direction. Users are telling us this is where we want to go.
So you actually asked Jim two questions. One was contact center and UC and CC coming together, absolutely coming together. RingCentral's been doing this for the last 7 years with CX1 and RingCentral UC platform be built together, tightly integrated to produce that one experience, collaborative experience that we have many customers that take advantage of it, and the two collaborate with the information flowing right back into our messaging systems and available for agent resolution, post calls, etc. So, but then there's informal contact center, and that has room as well, and that's your kind of knowledge workers, your frontline workers, all of those living more or less within the UC system with what RingCentral does was very sophisticated reporting around different aspects of how these frontline workers operate. So both have place, and we've done both for a very long time.
Okay.
And they make you more efficient as a customer, as an employee.
Thank you.
Yeah. At Microsoft, we think about this not as a UCaaS versus CCaaS thing, but actually as a convergence of three clouds. So you have your CCaaS, like in Dynamics Contact Center, where you have all the customer lifecycle information, where you can provide a great experience. Then you have Teams, which is our UCaaS product, and where the agents can consult with experts within the organization. And the third cloud, which is super important, is this platform layer, and for us, it's Azure Communication Services, that allows other contact centers to integrate with Teams as a UCaaS solution. So I think these three pieces need to be kind of together, and kind of going back to your previous question, again, you do not want to burden agents with different tools, saying that for customer-facing conversations, use product A, for internal subject matter conversations, use product B. That's not, they don't get the right experience there. So that's my long sentence for the day.
Thanks.
I think it's here, available today. I think right now our WebEx Cloud Contact Center is built on the same calling infrastructure, so the same UCaaS. But not only that, as contact centers are evolving to have a lot more automation up front with the bots, I think the calls that make it to the contact center require more internal interaction for help to solve. And so same solution, whether you're internal or external, but also evolving that entire solution because of how much AI and automation has gotten better up front in that workflow integration. So super critical and definitely a huge focus for us. Actually, those two work together in our organization today.
So I will agree 100%. It's here. We call it XCaaS. It's here to stay. It's not. I mean, it's not integrated contact center and UCaaS. It's a unified platform which serves both, and that's the way people are going to think about it. But it's already here. So.
Good point. Unified, not integrated.
That's right.
And we think that the word contact center might also evolve. The word contact center still evokes the concept of a full contact sport. Yeah. And we want to not make it a full contact sport, make it more a customer experience and a delight.
All right, we're squeezing the last second out of this one, but you guys were fantastic. I appreciate you getting us to the end on time. We've got our next general session coming up in 15 minutes. We'll take a little break. Sheila McGee-Smith will be out to talk more about contact centers with a great panel. So thank you very much to this wonderful panel, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kropp.
Thanks very much. Thanks, everyone. In our last session, we talked a good bit about the contact center, and that's certainly one of the hot topics, and it's what we're going to spend the next 45 minutes hearing about. And I have with me to lead that discussion someone probably a lot of you know. She's the greatest expert we know on contact centers, wonderful friend to the event. Sheila McGee-Smith, founder and president of McGee-Smith Analytics. Sheila's going to lead this discussion. You don't need me, so I'm going to head off stage, and Sheila's going to introduce our panel to us, so please welcome Sheila McGee-Smith.
Thank you. Great to see everyone back. It's great to see all of us back here live at Enterprise Connect. Let me introduce my panel first. From Five9, Andy Dignan, who's the EVP of Service Delivery and AI Solutions. Andy. Next up, from Genesys, Yasser El-Hagan, who's the SVP of Pre-Sales and Field Chief Technology Officer. Yasser. Next up, fellow woman in tech, Caroline Yap-Jones, Director of the AI Practice for Google Cloud. Join us, Caroline. Woo! Here's our one repeat performer from the 2019 general session on Contact Center, and that's Paul Jarman, CEO of NICE CX1. Paul. And finally, Ryan Nichols, who is the SVP and GM of Contact Center at Salesforce. Welcome, Ryan. So we have a series of questions, and in lieu of each of these gentlemen and lady introducing themselves one by one, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in the context of a use case. So if someone can move me to the next slide. So I've asked each of these speakers and panelists to discuss a single customer deal from the past 12 months that exemplifies the answer to the question that we posed in the session title, which is, who should be making contact center decisions? Should it be marketing? Should it be IT? Should it be customer service? And I've encouraged each of them to choose an example that takes a position, right? As opposed to just saying, everybody's important, right? We don't get any insight from that. So we're going to start with Andy and make our way down, and each of you has 2 minutes.
All right. Sounds good. I mean, everyone is important, Sheila. But, so the opportunity I want to talk about is a large insurance carrier in Europe, about 5,000 seats. It was clear from the beginning that IT was sort of leading the charge, right, in terms of the RFP. A lot of questions around security. They were coming off of a Prem platform, so lots of questions around ITIL, things like that. But ultimately, I think they did a great job working with each of the lines of business, right? So we went in, we've all done this, the dog and pony show, working with each of the lines of business. And ultimately, we won the opportunity. So obviously, I think we did a pretty good job during the sales cycle. Once we got into implementation, here's where things changed a little bit. And this was obviously right sort of in the middle of the pandemic. Their group CIO pulled together an internal IT summit of their SIs that were working with them on their customer data platform migration. And their CMO was the keynote. And ultimately, their CMO pitched their new vision for the customer, really focused from a digital perspective. And even though that was part of the win that we had with them, it was powerful enough where their CMO wanted to sort of pause this part of the project and essentially revisit and make sure that we were aligned, the systems integrator was aligned, and ultimately it was great for us. It expanded the opportunity to IVA, Agent Assist, but it just shows you the power that marketing has right now in terms of really trying to personalize the customer journey. And so I think, again, it was IT in the front, but I do think CMOs everywhere are starting to take a heavier hand in the opportunities.
Excellent. That's a great use case. Next, Yasser.
Thanks. So let's see. I think given the changes and things that have happened over the last couple of years, it's been really clear that it's not just a contact center decision anymore, right? So it's more of how do I manage my end-to-end customer experience holistically, and that's I think forced a lot of stakeholders to work a lot closer together. I think IT is important, but when you really think about it, there's IT, there's sales, there's marketing, and I'll give you an example of a customer that we worked with in North America. It was a financial institution that has 25,000 agents, 71 million customers, and they were already on their path to kind of reimagine their customer experience pre-pandemic. And when the pandemic hit, it forced them to really accelerate their digital transformation. And their initial perception was that the contact center was actually going to take a back seat once they really matured their digital transformation. But what they found out is that the contact center was really critical even in a digital-first experience. So much so that the decision-making process was actually a board-level, CEO-level decision, and you wouldn't really expect that a board would be involved in that level of a decision at a business unit perspective, but it just highlights how important the overall end-to-end customer experience is. So I know I'm not actually answering your question specifically, but in this specific use case, it really was an elevated decision that was made at a board and CEO level.
Yeah, I think one of the things that both of you highlighted is the larger the company, the larger the deployment, the more likely senior management is really going to be involved and almost like the final judge of all of this. But let's see what you're going to talk about, Caroline.
I actually have two customer scenarios I want to talk about.
So you're cheating. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I get to go again?
Actually, I think that's something to say about women in tech. We always have to do 2x the work to be recognized.
Oh.
I'll clap to that.
Thank you. So, the reason why I actually wanted to bring up two is one is very much on the enterprise focus side. I want to actually talk about a very large telco on the wireless, from a wireless perspective, especially with the pandemic and a lot of people losing their jobs. Billing has become an issue. Not necessarily incorrect billing, but more, I can't afford to pay my bill. What are my options? I've been a customer of yours for 16, 17 years. And so the CRM actually played a big role in identifying where the customer was in their journey with the company, and also how long they've been and what their usage patterns and everything are. But with the change in income, what could we do to keep them? Right? What are the things we can offer? How many times have they called? How much are their calls spiking? And so from that perspective, the integration of CRM into the AI component allowed the full view of the customer and what their journey has been so far and how to take them to the next step. Because it's not a choice for them to lose their jobs, especially with the pandemic. They want to then they need the lifeline. Of anything, they need their phone to stay up. They can communicate with their families and so on and so forth. So that's one. And for IT in that particular customer, they realized they couldn't just look at it as services that you would deploy anymore. There was a human element to what was being used at the end. The second customer I wanted to bring up was around all of the different states and local governments, and where do they give data for COVID help. And we actually helped many of these build a virtual agent to answer questions in plain language, because people were actually asking, what is the vaccine? Will it kill me? Will I become radioactive? Am I going to become magnetic? Should I drink bleach? Those sort of things did come up. And so we had to create conversational flows that would answer those questions without being demeaning and condescending, and working together with state and local authorities to provide that kind of information. And states and local authorities typically do not transform quickly. But in this instance, they did, and it was a change in the business process for them, and also understanding that their citizens matter, and they have to get the answers out. So it's not something you can just wait an RFP forever and ever. You needed to get pandemic answers out for people.
But again, did IT lead that state effort, or was it someplace else within state government?
It was actually the Department of Health and Services and Social Services, but IT was there to respond, which is rare, because normally they are the ones a little bit more bureaucratic in local and state government, but this time they were ready to do it. And to Yasir's point, some IT divisions can move faster in this one because there was so much funding also being brought into the states. They weren't as hamstrung with the usual processes and the usual, are you a vendor, not a vendor? It was more, what can you deliver and how can you help our citizens, which was very nice to see.
Yeah. Paul.
So first of all, good afternoon, everybody. I'd say that, first of all,
as the market changes and we're really moving from contact center experiences to overall experiences, it's starting to blend all the decision makers together more. And what happens with that is you have a lot of pieces that are really managing parts of the customer journey. And we've had the opportunity to really have thousands of different chances to work with IT and marketing and customer experience executives. And I'll tell you what I found worked the best. In the example that I give is when there's a single driver of the customer experience vision, and that usually can be like a chief customer officer, sometimes it's marketing, but when that person has the authority and the responsibility to transform the experience, we find that is best. And the example that I give would be, we work in the last year with H&R Block, great company helping people pay our taxes. They're all coming here in a month. And they've got about 5,000 seats. They had a lot of, like 10 different premise solutions. And they wanted to do a large change. And so we worked with them from the workforce engagement to the self-service to all of the omni-channel routing to the AI and analytics, and basically replacing all those systems into one common platform. And what we found was, as we went through it, that common vision from Jared, who was just a great person as it relates to what we want to achieve, we found that works best. And they've now are capturing over 50% in self-service. They've improved both their cost of service and their NPS at the same time. And a lot of that came from a single responsibility and a single vision. In this case, it came from the customer experience part of the company.
Fantastic. And finally, Ryan.
Thanks, Sheila. And thanks also for giving me the short walk over from the side of the stage. I appreciate that. So I think when it really matters, the contact center decision has to be made by the CEO. And I'm going to tell a similar story as Yasser, CEO of Sonos. Paul Spence, Sonos, makes those awesome backyard speakers that kept us rocking out in our backyard gatherings during the pandemic. Well, all of the stores that sold Sonos shut down. And so they had to do a complete inversion of the business model to direct to consumer. And that meant a reinvention of the customer experience that could only be driven by the CEO. And it started with the e-commerce site. I had to re-platform that. Started with the marketing messages so that proactive notifications when your speaker wasn't going to arrive on time due to supply chain bottlenecks. And then, of course, the contact center. Because not only was this a business model change, but all of us were streaming like 40% more content during the pandemic. And so the inbound just increased dramatically. 24% of those inquiries were deflected using chatbots, and then those that agents had to handle, they're able to handle 10% faster just by having everything in one place. And so across commerce and marketing and service, like when you're trying to change your business across all of those dimensions, I think that has to be a CEO level decision.
Yeah, and even at such a large company as Sonos was becoming during the pandemic. So I don't have a clicker. If I had a clicker, I'd change the slide now. So I'm taking that out to the ether. There we go. Nice, nice. So our first question for a general discussion. Does the addition of artificial intelligence to the CCaaS solution set, contact center as a service, does that alter IT involvement in contact center decisions? And I'm going to throw that to Caroline first, because coming from Google, I would think that that's a pretty good question for you. Why don't we start with you?
I actually really like this question, Sheila, because I think it does. I do believe that AI to CCaaS solution sets does alter the way IT thinks about things in a couple of ways. If IT starts to understand customer experiences and how you can do topic modeling and things like that, it changes how you build. Because there's all the low-code, no-code aspects that are coming in, right? IT typically gets the short end of the stick. We're moving to hyperconverged, we're moving to virtualization, we're moving to all of this. And so now with AI, a lot of the times people think that AI is just to automate IT operations. And this, going into CCaaS, changes the conversation a little bit more. It's a platform where you can actually start to go, okay, if this is how conversations are being designed, and these are all of the channels where all these edge conversations are happening, how do I actually make sure that the end-to-end systems can communicate? have the right response times, whether it's on the CRM side, whether it's the social media feeds and how we're actually getting all of that data together and then pulling back what the insights are, how the conversations and steering can all happen. It changes the way the system is actually built. And so from my perspective, I actually do believe that it should change the way IT operates.
I'm going to throw it to you, Yasser, and say, if I think about Genesys having added AI over time, have you seen this change happening?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there needs to be a change in IT's involvement. I don't know that this necessarily has happened at the way that I would like to see it happen, but where I would really go with that is, back to the idea that it's not just a contact center and that I'm really trying to manage my end-to-end customer experience, and that involves multiple business units and multiple functions within a business. I think IT's opportunity is to become almost that internal service provider to see that vision come through. And I don't know that that transformation has quite happened, right? Especially when you think about how siloed data is between business units and functions. IT should be that thought leader within an organization that shows how I can bridge and tie all these things together, regardless of the data stack or the provider or what have you. That's how I would see IT's involvement should be changing, especially in AI, because it's only as good as the data that you have. So the more connected data that I have across my customer experiences and the overall journey, the more performant the AI technology will be.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think leading the services business at Five9, whenever we have AI and automation projects, the #1 stall of these projects is usually the data, right? And a lot of organizations, they have certainly disparate data, walled gardens, whatever term that you want to use. But ultimately, if you're going to leverage the same APIs, as an example, if I'm an agent and I'm we've all been there. They say, hey, please hold while I bring up the screen. In a full conversational AI, you're not going to listen to the injected clickety-clack of a keyboard for 7 seconds, right? And so a lot of times it's around bringing that data together. And I think, again, that's where IT has to come to the forefront.
Let's move to the next question, because I think we have other facets of this that are going to come up as well. So what role should CPaaS and APIs and the low-code, no-code tools that have already come up play in contact center strategy? And again, did they alter the level of involvement of IT? So what you were just saying, Yasser, is I see IT becoming a service provider. But then part of the question we'll ask in a second is, what do you need inside customer experience organizations? Or do we need IT-like people in every organization? Is there a whole new skill set required? What do you think?
So I think it depends on the business and how agile and quick they want to be in the ability for them to control their customers' experience. What I've seen work really well, especially with a large financial institution that I worked with in the past, was that they leveraged a central IT team to kind of create the frameworks and the methodology for how to leverage the cloud. So all the things that they would want to see consistent across the different business units, but they still enabled the business units to have their own business unit to go at its own pace and address its own problems. When you think about things like low-code, no-code, those are critical for you to enable a business user or a non-developer type persona to create experiences or modify experiences. But you still want to make sure that that's holistically maintained across your enterprise so that you protect people from themselves, make sure that the security is there, and so forth. So I do think that APIs and low-code, no-code play a massive part in a modernized contact center, especially when you think about what's happened over the last couple of years, where all of a sudden you're now getting these requirements that you didn't necessarily account for. So the fact that the APIs are there and you have developers that are within the business unit, they can solve really complex problems in creative ways that differentiate your business from what somebody else might be able to consume outside of the box. So yeah, I'm excited by that.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think that if AI is one of those things that has sometimes caused the business to throw up their hands, right, and say, I don't know what to do, low-code, no-code tools are the ultimate empowerment, right? And we've always actually really celebrated admins as heroes, right, at a lot of our customers. And I think the last couple of years has proven that out, right? With low-code tools, they're the superheroes that can adapt to rapidly changing business needs when sometimes the backlogs are super long on the IT side.
Well, it allows the IT folks to focus on the more complex, more sophisticated things that they need to do holistically to differentiate their business, while enabling the business user and non-technical folks to still own their destiny.
So I want to throw this back to Paul. If I think about the way InContact began, with a mid-sized customer who is really looking for an out-of-the-box application, right? How has your customer changed as your product has changed to incorporate these tools? Do you still is there a bifurcation of customers? Are some of them still just looking for turnkey, or is every size of company really embracing this kind of strategy as you add it to the product?
You know, we found, first of all, when we think of the word AI, and all of the APIs and everything that comes with it, it's a big word. So it's like saying cloud. And so there's a lot of pieces to that. But what we have found, what we have done, is we have customers that have, tens and thousands of seats. We have customers that have 30. So we've had to take our product set and adapt it to the different company sizes and needs. And so we have AI solutions that are really simple and do things that is easy for 50 seats. We have others that, you connect 6 or 7 systems together, and it does a lot of really sophisticated things. And so we've found that we need to deliver a set of solutions that work with the size of business and the size of contact center and the size of experience in the business on the how to do it. But I found in general, our job is to help IT not just to run the infrastructure, but to be part of the innovation. And when we can deliver really good tools from low-code, no-code to APIs, it allows you to step out of infrastructure and be part of innovation. And that part is where the fun and the real value is, in my mind.
So I'll throw it to you, Caroline, and say, I guess one of the things I feel about even, let's take your state employment example, that initially it was done for a very specific use case. Let's help people get off the phone, get fast answers. How have the states expanded the applications? Can you talk to, once it's in place, do they start playing with those tools and really taking it further?
They have. I'm happy to report that because they could see how life-changing this was to themselves, as to be able to deliver services so much quicker, they're looking at other ways to help, especially on the speech side. They don't have people who can speak, maybe 10, 15 languages that their constituents speak. And so they're actually looking at using our speech libraries to help them with actually a lot of these, including our document AI side, to be able to translate a lot of the things they would have people say and now make all of these, you can actually download and read, here's how you get your kids enrolled into school, all of those sort of things. So it's really fascinating, the applications, just from what they could do during the pandemic and now all the other use cases they have to service the rest of the citizens and the constituents. I wanted to add a point about this whole thing with the low code as well. As everybody knows, we have Google Ads, and we have a lot of customers who use Google Ads. And most
you think?
Small set, right? Small set. But most of the customers who come to us and use Google Ads are marketers. These are people who don't code. So they're actually using our platform to look at what the trends are, what's happening with their customer pool, and so on and so forth. And what we've been able to do is create this low-code experience, Paul, to your point, is so that they can actually start getting more insights, not just the standard reporting they would get, but how do I take my Google Ads data and then put it into BigQuery, for example, to get more insights. And we have teams who have built these sort of low-code, very easy-to-run packages that gets them moving that data into BigQuery and then gives them the insights, turning marketers into semi-coders, which we never would have expected to happen 10 years ago. So it's really fascinating to see how best practices in low-code and with the support of IT are helping more divisions and business units as a result of some of this AI getting data first, to Yasser's point too.
So we're talking a lot about AI, and a lot of the examples that we're hearing are very large companies or government institutions. What is adoption like below that? What is adoption like under 100 seats? Who wants to, you want to
take a crack at that? Yeah. So
you got a lot of those, no?
We got plenty of all sizes, 30 to 20,000. So I think that's one of the things that from a product suite perspective, if you look at our studio platform, a lot of our larger customers have maybe coming from a former speech company that was acquired by someone who generally that took a year, 2 years to go, and you needed speech scientists and you needed machine learning experts. And now with simple REST APIs, like from Google, in our Studio platform, it really does sort of democratize the ability to create these very easy and simple natural language conversations. And so I think it really does scale down now. And then you move into some of the insights Now, before you needed to comb through droves of data to uncover, okay, what sort of intents are happening in voice? What are the intents that are happening in chatbots? And now to have that in applications where you can view those insights or intents in real time and then go make those changes, it's kind of like low code, no code, but it's doing it in the full AI platform.
I want to add to that. Like, so One United Bank is one of our customers, joint customers also with UJet and also with Salesforce. They started out as 40 agents.
I'm sorry, who was this?
Yeah, One United Bank.
One United Bank.
It's a black-owned. It's one of the black-owned banks, and it surfaces a very good demographic of customers. But for 40 agents, you have to be fairly nimble. So whatever tooling you pick has to be able to deliver to the demographic you're trying to serve, including the right ontology for the communities you're trying to serve, and the interfaces that are not going to necessarily put people off, because not everybody is smartphone savvy. So you're having to think about how you actually build an experience, and the best kind of experience for the demographic of customers that you're going for. And so to add to your point, that if you're there to transform the customer, it shouldn't matter if there are 10,000 seats or 40 or 50 seats. Your platform should enable that best experience your customer wants to develop.
This is very hard if you're starting from scratch. And so this is also, I think, especially for our small and mid-sized customers, to start with the template. Right, to start with something that's common inquiries, industry-specific templates. These are some of the things that we've been doing just to help people get up and running quickly.
Yep. I think it's also the oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to move to the next question, but what the heck? I'll give you a...
Real quick. So I think that is actually one of the biggest differentiators of going to the cloud. Right, is all of a sudden I now don't need that big infrastructure to do all the different things like speech recognition or transcription or what have you. And now it becomes where smaller companies can actually provide that experience that you'd normally only expect at an enterprise level. So I do think that drives a lot of the adoption at the lower scale.
So Paul, I'm going to let you answer this question and then move on to the next one, because I think we've actually been beating it to death. But I think we were talking in the green room and you had a good answer to this. So let's do it. Have we moved from shadow IT, which IT hated and people were off there, being renegades and buying applications, to a place where we really do need IT people inside marketing, inside the contact center, to handle things like these low-code changes, to handle some of the data requirements that Andy talked about. So what are your thoughts?
So what I've seen, first of all, is us as companies are making things easier, but the market is forcing things to be more complex. So you have this paradox of easier and complex happening at the same time. And the second thing is that normally where there's a lot of IT involvement is in using and connecting our solutions with the embedded solutions that the company already has. And so typically I would find that having IT people that really understand those set of solutions and the problems that they're solving is good. And I would also say when those IT people actually can innovate versus just manage infrastructure and data, it's even better. And to do that well, it is good to pair them with the parts of the business that they can really create an understanding and be effective in. So I would say yes, where possible.
So it's interesting. Even as you spoke, I'm thinking, even if they still live in IT, if they're dedicated to certain use cases, then they start building that familiarity. Very good. We've talked about data, so let's talk about data. Quality, curated data is the key to personalization that we were all talking about, and to end-to-end journey management. How quickly will contact center data become incorporated into CDP platforms? And how broadly will those CDPs be deployed? If you look at them today, they're very marketing-centric. They're very high-end. And then, which organization should deploy and own the CDP? So the one guy on the platform who has one, Mr. Salesforce, Ryan, why don't you start us off here?
Yeah, so I think very quickly is my short answer. I think that the CDP is a natural evolution of something that we've all been talking about for a while, right? Of having a customer 360, right? One source of all information that's relevant to your customers. The difference is that a CDP is evented, right? So you get that real-time event stream, which is a great start and a huge step forward and something that we're investing a lot in. But I think in the contact center, events aren't enough, right? You need to actually have conversational data, or at least metadata about conversations in your CDP as well. And that just makes so much sense when you think about the things that drive us crazy about contact center interactions, when I'm in the middle of a huge customer escalation and I get a marketing call or a sales call at the same time, right? Or I'm down because there's a big incident, and yet my salesperson doesn't know about it. And having not just events about your customers, but the actual content of those conversations in your CDP and then available to the people that are actually engaging with your customers, whether they're in the contact center or whether they're on any of the other teams that are engaging with your customers, is critical. And I think the CDP is a really interesting piece of technology to help make that happen.
So when is Salesforce going to start putting conversations into their CDP?
Working on it.
Okay.
Working on it. Very soon.
Okay, working on it works.
We're going to try to work on it together, right?
Okay, that'll work too. So if I think about Genesys specifically, when I look at your architecture diagrams, or probably architecture is a better term, you have something called a customer data platform, right? That's inside. So how does what you think of as CDP inside Genesys relate to what we think of as Segment or Salesforce or a treasure data CDP?
So I mean, I think it comes back to the initial point of you need connected data to be able to provide a better overall customer experience. What I like about your question is that you talk about how it's important to have curated, accurate data, right? Something that's worse than not having a personalized experience is having a personalized experience that's wrong, right? Because now you're actually losing trust with your customer and so forth. The way that we would think about it is we want to have enough bits of that customer profile where it's then easy for us to connect that data to all the other bits of data that might be outside of the Genesys platform. So that way we can still personalize the experience, we can tie context to it, and be able to kind of either predict what a customer might be calling for and or even do proactive type reach outs based on the connectedness of that data.
So when I think about NICE's approach to what they're doing with customer experience interactions, I kind of liked when you explained it to the analysts that you said, we're not going to be CRM. We're not going to be CPaaS. We're not going to be UCaaS. But we're going to connect to all of those things. You didn't explicitly call out CDP, Paul, but what's sort of the NICE position with respect to CDP?
So when you really think about CDP, just for a second, there's really static data, which is customer information. There's attributable data, which is something about them. And then there's real-time data that's coming from the interaction. And we find you have to mix all three of those together to actually create the right journey or experience. And then the problem also with, if you're not careful, is you own a platform, but you don't have any way to act on it. And if you don't have the right systems to make the right self-service process, the right systems for agent assistance, the right systems for much more sophisticated routing, then it just sits on the shelf. So first of all, you have to mix all the different data together. Then you have to have a smart enough process and system to act on that data and have it touch the key focal points of the journey. And that might be helping the agent, the routing of the process, or the insight into the self-service event itself.
And I think on this stage, in 2019, I think dark data was the term that was used, and the contact center was the biggest source of dark data. I think the technology has really come a long way since then, right? If you look at, at least within Five9 having our VoiceStream API, we now have all of the transcription of every single voice call. And the number one feature, it's funny, you ask, hey, what do you want out of AI? They go, hey, shove all the conversational data into my CRM, right? So I think we've kind of moved beyond dark data in the contact center. And then what we see is a lot of customers have really started these sort of data lake projects, which ends up being a dark swamp project of data. But that's where that CDP layer sits on top and ultimately allows you to build those very seamless integrations from a CX perspective.
The way I see it, I mean, Sheila, if you don't mind, I actually think that CDPs, if we were to really boil it down, was supposed to be more data. It's not customer-facing data. It's a collection. The CRM is more where customer-facing roles would go to actually gain the insights, to your point, Paul, about what to do and what to say and how to help a customer and how to help with their interactions. And that's also why I feel that the expanded partnership we have together with Salesforce is to surface a lot of this information, not just the data, but actual information with insights so that somebody can act on it. And so when you are getting a call from somebody and who's calling about an outage, that you don't have someone telling them to buy the new package. You need to solve their problem before you then try to upsell them onto the next thing that you can do, for example. So I actually think that the CRM, to me, together with AI, can deliver more of that customer experience.
That's an interesting point that even if there is a CDP, that what we need in the CRM that is going to be customer-facing is the things that we need for those customer-facing discussions.
Yes.
So that those two things might be separate. Because the CDP people, I tell you, and you know it, will say, CRM's not enough. But maybe it is where we have to surface it.
Well, the CDP is too much. I mean, that's the fire hose.
CDP
right?
is too much.
And so you can't consume that, right? But you need insights from your CDP to put into your CRM.
Okay, so we have about 10 minutes left. So we're going into rapid fire mode, about 2 minutes each. AI, CCaaS, CRM, UCaaS. Should our enterprises here think of these as dependent or independent decisions? And I forget who was supposed to go first, so it's going to be a free-for-all. No, I'm going to start with you, Ryan, and let's just go back to me.
Perfect.
And I'll close.
Well,
and stay conscious of, yeah.
Absolutely. No, I'll come back to the first story I told, right? That Sonos story, where they absolutely have to be dependent decisions. And part of that, when I think about Sonos being live on Slack as well as everything else, meant that, hey, those agents, when they were working from home and were able to not tap the shoulder of the person in the cubicle next to them, but do a swarm on a Slack channel, right? Or handle an incident and get every expert across the company to handle it. You don't get that sort of transformation unless you've made a conscious decision across each of your systems, your contact center, your UC, as well as your CRM, in order to deliver what your business users need. So absolutely need to be connected to each other.
Excellent. Paul.
So I think, first of all, having the right systems working together is what creates a great experience. So I think it's dependent in one sense in that you do need to have a deep understanding from the unified communications to the data and the CRM and all the interactions in the middle. You have to think through the entire process. But I think the question really is not, are they dependent? It's how do I create the best sum of the journey at the right cost and the right CSAT? And then what systems make that happen? And frankly, what vendors can make that happen with those different systems? And so I would say, yes, they should work in concert. The good ones today should automatically work in concert with each other as they put their APIs together. And I would say yes. And I would say when you do it well, you can do amazing things today.
Excellent. Carolyn.
I would say they are absolutely dependent, especially for us at Google. We have so much of the consumer business as well. So, for example, we started offering duplex, consumer devices back in 2018. What are we doing about that? We're starting to look at how we can take some of that duplex capability into even our contact center AI suite. Why is that important? Two things. Everybody's experience. I like two. Yes, it's been it's been ingrained in me, right? The 2X for women in tech. Again, plug. So, the reason why I want to say it's two things is everyone's devices at home, they have a different experience on their day-to-day. When they come into work and when they interact with your brand, they are expecting a similar speed and device, right? And so you need to build in those things as you're designing what the next experience is for your customers and how they're going to interact with you. Not just for your customers, but also for your agents, right? Your agents are also people who have these experiences. And so they need tools that are going to be fast, that are going to be mostly accurate, or as accurate as you can get, so that they are not the ones in the line of fire of a very angry person who is calling because something's broken. So there's a lot of the user journey itself that I think gets missed when we all look at these things as technologists and not have the North Star of what the actual customer journey is. And a lot of our customers call about that. And so that leads me to my second point. And to earlier to Yasser's point about how it's difficult for customers to transform. And contact center transformations are very, very difficult, especially the more agents you have, the more integrations into other systems, to Paul's point as well. There's all of these things in the back end. But if we have the same CEO-led kind of user journey as the North Star, I think it's easier for us to find this is the new experience we want, like the state and the locals. This is the experience we needed for the pandemic. It changed. It changed the conversation. It removed all the blockers. It fast-tracked a lot of the processes. And people actually came along for the journey. instead of slowing down and going, well, no, this is how I've always done it. This is my silo. This is my business. These are my metrics. It allowed for a safe space for everyone to create new metrics to then drive to that outcome.
Yeah, sir.
Cool. So they're absolutely dependent, but I also don't think it's realistic to expect that every business is replacing each one of those components simultaneously. So it takes, beyond them just being dependent, it takes for you to be thoughtful when you are replacing one of those components or making a decision, to make that decision in such a way that allows you to leverage the benefits of those multiple components, especially when you want to add AI on top of that to get more value out of that connected data. And that's what I love about our recent acquisition of Pointillist, where I can now take all these different signals and take all these different disparate sets of data and create a central view of what's actually happening for my customer journey end to end, including the contact center, which, again, sometimes the contact center is a part of that dark data that's out there, or it could be web interactions or what have you. So I don't necessarily think that most companies are replacing them simultaneously. So it takes, I think, something on top of that in addition for you to get the right view across all the systems to give you the best end-to-end customer experience.
Yeah, I think what you've introduced is the element of migration, of how do we get from point A to point B, and that as we make each choice, we have to be conscious of the choices we also have to make in the future.
It's part of a bigger picture.
Yeah, it's an interesting point.
All right, yeah, so this is probably my favorite question. So as someone who spent a lot of my career both in the contact center and UC space, started in contact center, but how many in the audience have a tattoo that says pull through on it? When you were in the contact center, you always had to sort of justify your existence because, it was a smaller part of the revenue. But what's interesting, I think, the last 2 years, and we've talked to some of our partners, and for the first time in their history, contact center sales have eclipsed unified communications sales. And so I think that sort of, UC is going to come back, but when you look at the last 2 years, companies were prioritizing CX and digital transformation rapidly, and so it's sort of, they put UCaaS decisions sometimes on the back burner. Now, granted, mid-market customers oftentimes are looking for that single platform, but ultimately, I think where we're at now is most customers are looking at their digital transformation, looking at AI, CRM, and CCaaS together, with the sort of CDP discussion and data part around it. But again, I think it's a great time to be in contact center, and it's fun working with customers.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got a few minutes here, and I sort of want to lean into this notion that the decisions are dependent, that, certainly the first 3 or 4 of you talked about. What does it mean to our audience here? If I have to make a new CCaaS decision, because I need a new CCaaS, should I be looking at one from my UCaaS vendor? Should UCaaS and CCaaS be on the same platform? I mean, nobody here really works in that vein. Probably, Paul, you're the closest, right? Because with RingCentral, the NICE CXone platform comes hand in hand, right? But you certainly have lots of customers that use different UC as a service solutions. So how do you make that decision? It's interesting to say, oh yeah, they're all dependent and you can tie them all together. But when should you really look at somebody like the right, where they actually come together like that?
Well, so what I would first of all say is that it's not just about the UCaaS and CCaaS decision, because you also need great workforce engagement. You also need great areas around AI and what we call Enlighten. You also need to really be able to do great self-service. So it isn't just about this one and that one. It's about these 5 or 6 together.
Oh, good point.
And so when you look at the sum of that, and the nice thing about UCaaS and CCaaS is with the right APIs, like we've done with RingCentral, and is you can create the right connections that make that seamless. And so that can be seamless, so that not from one vendor. So you share presence, you do a couple other things that make it really good. And then the real question is how do you make the rest seamless? All your workforce engagement, all your self-service, all your analytics that come with it. So in the SMB or small companies, they often will package it together. As you get into the bigger companies, they look at them as entirely separate.
I'm going to let you come back to it, Andy, because I know Microsoft Teams is a big partner with Five9. I'm sure with all of you as well. But talk about that intersection for the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit it on the head when you talked about, with cloud, with very simple REST APIs, it's made the UCaaS and CCaaS decision. You can tackle the use cases with presence and swarming and all those kinds of things. And so, that's why we've sort of chosen that best-of-breed partner approach for UCaaS. I think we have 5 or 6 different partners out there. But again, I think it comes down. But usually, the number one question customers ask who are making the CCaaS and AI and CRM decision first is, can you integrate with X vendor? And they'll usually kind of give you a list. And so again, I think we're pretty open in the industry in terms of UCaaS and CCaaS right now. And so that's generally the part of the conversation.
Excellent. I think this has been a great conversation. Would have been nice if somebody had actually hit somebody, but it just didn't. Wasn't in the cards this year.
Behind.
I want to thank you all for joining us.
The work.
And come back tomorrow for the keynotes tomorrow that we have. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Enterprise Connect TV is on the air. Terry Sweeney here. I will be your host for Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We're coming to you live from the Microsoft booth on the Enterprise Connect show floor at the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida, site of Enterprise Connect 2022, the leading independent conference and expo serving the enterprise communications technology industry. Thanks for joining us for Enterprise Connect TV. For the next 3 days, ECTV will bring you interviews with the leading independent experts in enterprise communications, as well as thought leaders from Microsoft. You'll be able to watch live streams of Enterprise Connect's keynotes and general sessions here and on Enterprise Connect TV. Our broadcast is also available on the Enterprise Connect website, enterpriseconnect.com/Orlando. You can go there to access the Enterprise Connect TV player. No need to register or provide any other information. Just sit back and watch the proceedings. We've got a couple of great hours of interviews for you this afternoon, and we're starting with General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect, Eric Kraft, who joins me now at the news desk. Eric, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Terry, and thanks to Microsoft for having us. And where I'm excited. This is, you can hear probably some noise around us, and so I'm going to get close to the microphone so this show floor noise doesn't drown us out.
Thanks, Eric. The event is indeed underway. This is the first time people have gathered at an Enterprise Connect in person since 2019. You've had a chance to walk around a bit already. What's the vibe? What are you noticing?
Well, I mean, the number one vibe is people are just happy. They're happy to be back together. They're happy to be at a trade show, which in the past sometimes people would feel a little ambivalent. Maybe I've got to be on the road, or I've got to do whatever, I've got to fly. I think, this group hasn't assembled in 3 years. I've talked to people who I used to regularly see on business trips, and they've been telling me I hadn't been on a plane for 2 years until I came here. So I think the number one vibe is just people being really relieved and happy and excited to be back together as a group.
Sure, it's the new for conferences and expositions, isn't it?
It is, and I think people are they're excited about the things that they've realized you can't do any other way than in person. Like just kind of sit down together and we were chatting here before you came on, and sharing stories and talk about people mutual acquaintances, people we've known for years, each other, and it's just those kind of things you don't have the leisure to do. The technology, which is all this technology here at the show, is wonderful for getting work done, but you kind of don't have that leisure and that time to just visit with people, and you learn so much that you don't even realize you've learned until much later. But it's a great thing, and so people are excited about it.
Right. Well, of course, the exhibit hall just opened a few minutes ago here at Enterprise Connect. What are some of the exciting things that you're pointing people to on the show floor here today?
Well, I think the really hot technologies, I think both on the show floor and in the conference rooms and the keynotes, the hot things we're hearing a lot about, and I saw big crowds in the session rooms for, are things like contact centers in general, and I know our next guest, Sheila McGee-Smith, is like the expert on contact centers. So you definitely want to stay tuned after I'm on here. Sheila will have a really great take on where contact centers at. But that, there was so much change that happened to contact centers in the last 2 years. And the stories that I've heard from our speakers, again, many of whom you're going to be interviewing over the next few days, dealing with, contact centers that in the first weeks of the pandemic went from 5,000 calls a day to literally 1 million calls a day. State departments of unemployment insurance and things where you had this immense need, and that just pushed the technology forward so fast. So contact centers is one. Artificial intelligence is just making a huge impact on everything. And the other thing, obviously, is video. Obviously, video is now the way a lot of us do a lot of our work and our meetings. But that's going to expand, and it's going to continue to the technology is going to be enriched, and it's going to be even more of decision points for companies as you get this return to work and you get people, both, doing that hybrid work where they're sometimes at home and sometimes at the office.
You, of course, had a direct hand in building and designing a lot of the content for the Enterprise Connect conference portion of the event here. Other hot topics in the industry right now that attendees can expect to hear more about?
Well, one of the ones, and I was a little surprised only because it's one of those technologies, and those of us who have been in the tech business a long time know that there's you have the kind of phenomenon of the year of, and this is going to be the year of video, or this is going to be the year of big data or whatever. And in this particular piece of the IT industry, the communications and collaboration, it's been Communications Platform as a Service, or CPaaS, which is, it's a complex, and there's different people define it different ways, but basically it's using APIs to piece together communications solutions that work off of different platforms and integrate well with your ERP or your other systems that you run your business on. There's been tons of promise with that for a long time. And there's been the year of CPaaS over the years, but this seems to be the year that we're really seeing it. There's a session, one of the buzz terms is composable enterprise, composing all this piece together with APIs. So our session on composable enterprise this morning was packed. The other one that was really packed was, again, we love acronyms, UCaaS plus CCaaS, which is Unified Communications as a Service plus Contact Centers as a Service. And the idea is those two platforms as a service, being of course in the cloud, those two platforms, whether in the cloud or on site, have traditionally been separate. You had your UC platform and you had your Contact Center platform. There's now no reason why, especially in the cloud, those can't be the same platform, and you can't use some of the really great technology that agents use for everybody.
Switching gears slightly, for those who aren't here in person, Enterprise Connect, of course, has a concurrent virtual event going on. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that is, we have got the virtual event. I think one of the things we found over the past 2 years is that, we're hybrid, just like talking about hybrid for everybody else. So there are people either who aren't yet ready to come back to a show, and for them a virtual platform gets them the information. One thing we see a lot with Enterprise Connect is it's been a really good retention tool for enterprise IT departments. It's like it's professional development. It's a good way to sort of reward your people and to give them the enrichment and give them the networking. But a lot of places can't send everybody or even a big chunk of people every year. So a lot of them do things like they take turns. It's like your turn to go to Enterprise Connect this year, and the rest of the folks this way, they can participate. We bundle attendance packages so that your team back home could participate in the virtual. So what we're trying to do is make virtual as useful, hopefully, and broader, because it does have the reach of the web, but also to make it give it its own features that can stand on their own.
Take us out by talking a bit about the Enterprise Connect TV set that we're sitting on right now. What can viewers expect from the programming over the next few days?
Well, we're really excited about Enterprise Connect TV. What we've done is we partnered with Microsoft on this, and we'll be talking to a number of Microsoft executives. We've got some recorded interviews with them to share. But mostly what we've got is the independent experts that put together Enterprise Connect, that do the sessions that have so much appeal to our audience. We're going to be interviewing those people. You'll be interviewing, be taking a turn interviewing them. And again, I think to kind of, because we're just spreading this out and you don't have to register to watch Enterprise Connect TV, the knowledge that these experts share here on site, you can get a little taste of with Enterprise Connect TV. It's a chance to kind of at least hit the high spots of the topics that these folks are experts in. They're the smartest people we know in each of these categories, And so they absolutely, they'll share bits and pieces of what they're able to tell us about each of these subjects, whether it's contact center or AI or video. I'm really excited just to get these folks and to introduce them to a wider audience because this
It feels like the time is ripe for a big updating since, as we've noted, we haven't met like this for nearly 3 years.
Very, very much so, and it's I think that's been the interesting thing is that there's almost like there's a catch-up time that we need. There's just everybody kind of stepped away from events, stepped away from this kind of high-touch engagement, and the world kept going on and things changed, and I think now people are really ready to kind of, and I think the other thing is that it's kind of a lot of the stuff around the pandemic was premised around return to work, and so there was a return to work that was supposed to happen in summer of 2020. And that didn't happen. There was a return to work that was supposed to happen in the fall of 21, and that didn't happen. So now here we are in the spring of 22. It looks like hopefully it's going to happen. So each time there's been a kind of a different strategy that enterprises have had. They maybe same basic strategy, but it's been continually refined and changed. And what you as an enterprise go out to look for, to purchase, and to implement, to support the latest iteration of this strategy is different from how it was a year ago. So people do need a reset, and they finally, in terms of strong engagement, they've got a chance to do that.
It feels like people are ready to work those social skill muscles again. They've gotten a little atrophied over the last couple of years, and yet based on the ambient noise we're getting here on the show floor, it seems like people are finding their way again.
Definitely. I think it's kind of like in life. I don't know how you or anybody or folks watching, but at some point, in my case, I've started to resume some normal going out to restaurants or go to the movies or something, and it is a little strange at first, but then you kind of get into it and you remember what you loved about it, and the server may still be wearing a mask, and that's different from how it was 3 years ago. But I remember 3 years ago, as we were going into this, saying, boy, I'm not going to eat in a restaurant until this thing's over, because I would be freaked out to be served food by somebody wearing like a surgical mask.
Of course, yes.
Nuts. And in the same way, when Enterprise Connect, when we had to cancel it, we were due to happen in March of 2020, or I'm sorry, March, I was losing track of time here. We were supposed to floor in March, and of course that's the month that they closed everything down. And at the time, if you ran a trade show like this, you didn't cancel a trade show. Nobody ever canceled a trade show. There might be a tornado coming or something like that. But
sure.
People came who could come, people who couldn't make it. We did. We used to do our old version of this show in Washington, D.C., and the last one, a major snowstorm hit, and seriously, a lot of people couldn't make it, but we managed. But you didn't cancel it, and then Mobile World Congress, enormous show in Barcelona, canceled, and everybody else can. You're just like, this is really different. This is really not what we thought we could do, or what we thought could happen. And so it's been a continual adjustment.
Well, I want to thank you for coming by. I know you'll be back later to interview some of our other guests, but appreciate you giving us some highlights from the first Enterprise Connect in 3 years. Eric Kraft, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Terry. It's so great being here, and thank you so much for leading the news desk coverage. And it's great to be back, and we're just delighted to share this with everybody else. Enjoy the rest of your interviews, and as Terry said, I'll be back soon to interview some more folks. So thanks very much.
Cheers, Eric. Eric Kraft, everyone. Thank you, Eric. You are watching Enterprise Connect TV. This is Terry Sweeney coming to you live from the Microsoft booth. We are being sponsored by Microsoft here at ECTV, and we're coming to you live from the Gaylord Palms and Hotel Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. Enterprise Connect is the leading independent conference and expo for the enterprise communications technology industry. This year it's a hybrid event with a strong virtual component for those who can't physically make it to Orlando. If you're watching this from the Enterprise Connect website and you're interested in attending the virtual Enterprise Connect that's also going on, just scroll down and you'll find buttons that'll take you to the registration page itself. Now, turning to my next guest on Enterprise Connect TV is Sheila McGee-Smith, President and founder of McGee-Smith Analytics, and probably the industry's leading analyst on contact centers. Sheila, welcome.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thanks. I appreciate you joining us today for this Enterprise Connect TV conversation.
Yes, it's very interesting here on the show floor. How great to hear the vibrant conversations happening all around us.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Well, again, thank you for doing this. You led a general session earlier today on contact centers. Tell us a bit about what that session was about and some of the big takeaways from it.
Certainly. So the question I raised for the panel of 5 solution providers I had on the stage was, who should be making contact center solution decisions? Should it be marketing? Should it be IT? Should it be customer service? And so takeaways, right? One of the things that I asked the presenters to do is to give me a great example from the last 12 months of a real deal that they made and how they would answer the question related to that deal.
That's a great question.
Thank you. And I asked them to take a position. Don't tell me, oh, it depends, or they all matter.
Right.
And it is interesting to see how in contact center for many years, line of business was making most of the decisions.
Interesting.
Right? In contact center, not necessarily for UC as a service or for video, but in contact center, marketing was, making those decisions, or customer care was making those decisions.
It sounds like that may have been surprising to you.
No. It was different, as I said, from UC, where it has been a very IT-focused decision. The thing that's different now is, with artificial intelligence and the use of data and low-code and no-code tools, is it changing back? Is IT more important now than it was 2 years ago when there was less artificial intelligence? And so you think about the concept of shadow IT, right? When people would put Slack on their phones and IT couldn't control it. So have we moved beyond that? Because I think a lot of companies have gotten that under control in a good way from a security perspective, right? We've gotten to a point where each of these departments, like marketing and customer care, do they need to have more technical people? Do they need to have IT-like people embedded in the department so that they can help groom the data, so that they can make those agile changes that companies want to be able to make and now have the tools to make? So one of the great insights from the panel was, think about IT that has people focused on those different departments. So they still report to IT, but they're almost, dotted line to marketing or dotted line to customer care. And I thought that was a great insight for IT departments to think about, because they need technical people, but they don't necessarily know how to manage them. So.
Of working from home and pandemic measures?
I think it's changed in a really good way. And again, I think artificial intelligence has been part of that. So I have to say, I think one of the leaders in this area, although other companies are certainly coming on strong, is real-time sentiment analysis to an agent. So I'm talking to you on the phone and I'm the agent. And based on how you sound and what you are saying, the artificial intelligence can estimate what your customer satisfaction at the end of this call is going to be. And let's say you're going south fast, right? I can see on a dial from 0 to 100. You're coming in at about a 10. So what can I do to change my behavior, to change it in real time, in the call, not to be coached later, right? And again, the best systems will actually give me prompts on way to do that. So maybe one of the reasons the call is going south is because I'm not taking ownership as an agent. I'm not saying that this is something that we, the company, have done, and we understand that we need to help you. But if I see that indicator that empathy is really low right now, and you're doing a crappy job of taking ownership, but can you imagine being an agent and getting that really specific advice? That's the great stuff that's going on with analytics today in the last 2 years.
Well, I notice I'm feeling a little self-conscious because it sounds like you've been listening in on some of the support calls I've made to my laptop maker, who shall remain nameless for the purposes of this conversation. With that in mind, are there other trends that you're seeing in the coming year for both contact centers and CX in general?
So one of the things that we talked about on the panel is what's happening with UC as a service and CC as a service.
Okay.
Are those dependent decisions or independent decisions, right? And so, you'd have certain companies, let's take RingCentral as an example, right? Or let's take Microsoft Teams as an example, because I actually took the conversation to Microsoft Teams. So right now, Teams does not have a contact center solution. And yet, companies may want those two solutions to integrate very well. And so several contact center companies, and I think about Genesys, and I think about NICE, and I think about Five9, have spent time to make sure, and obviously R&D effort, to tightly integrate. So what does it mean to tightly integrate Teams to contact center? One of the things that you want to be able to do is share presence of the agent with those who are inside the business.
Okay.
And vice versa.
Okay.
So if you work in engineering, and I'm an agent, and I need something from you, I want to be able to see, are you on the phone? Are you available? Can I chat with you right now? So that shared presence.
Okay.
Do we have to be on the same technology platform to do that? No. In the old days you did.
Okay.
The old premises PBX days you really did. But we've got ways now to do it. So maybe it's less about do they have to be the same platform as do they have to integrate at the right level to be able to share the required information.
Okay, so are you talking about something that makes the contact agents themselves smarter in the moment through these back channel chats, these kinds of open avenues that they can then, again, just be smarter for the customer who's calling in? Can
you imagine the agent not saying, can I put you on hold, I need to talk to so-and-so, to the experience that I've actually had, which is, I just texted an engineer, this is the answer, in real time, not getting put on hold. That's nirvana, right?
It would have to reduce holding times, call experience times. I imagine the satisfaction would go up as a result of all those things. I mean, it's about as close to a perfect world as you could get, yeah?
And increasingly, we can have a perfect world, right? The solutions are there. It's just, walking, and then we're going to run.
Okay, I'm going to give you the name of my laptop maker after we finish this conversation, and we're going to have some serious powwow about that, but thanks. Sheila, take us out with what are you most interested in seeing during your time here at Enterprise Connect?
So the thing you care about the most is the latest updates, the big announcements. I wrote about one this morning, Google announcing they're coming into the contact center space.
No kidding.
Watch this space, there's
Wow.
another one coming Wednesday.
Another content provider, or?
Oh, I can't tell you. Just watch my no jitter spot.
All right. Well, Sheila, we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Enterprise Connect TV today. Thanks very much. Enjoy the show and appreciate your comments on contact centers. Thanks again.
Have a great rest of your show.
Thank you, Sheila.
Bye-bye.
And you are watching Enterprise Connect TV. I'm your host, Terry Sweeney, VCTV, which is being sponsored by Microsoft. We're broadcasting live from the Microsoft booth here at Enterprise Connect in Orlando, Florida. We'll be coming to you live every afternoon today through Wednesday. We'll have interviews with independent experts like Sheila McGee, who present all the great content that people can get when they come to Enterprise Connect. The Enterprise Connect TV player will also be bringing you all the keynotes and general sessions from the main stage at Enterprise Connect, with industry luminaries and enterprise executives bringing you insights about all the most important topics. It is going to be an exciting week here at Enterprise Connect. This is the first time since 2019 that we've been able to hold Enterprise Connect in person. And this industry, enterprise communication technology, has played a critical role in getting enterprises through these past 2 years of the pandemic. Getting together now, the industry is looking for its path forward as we move into the era of hybrid work. That's why I'm excited to have our next guest with us here on Enterprise Connect. Craig Duerr is Senior Analyst at Wainhouse Research. Craig, welcome to Enterprise Connect TV.
Terry, good to be here. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate you taking some time out of the show floor to come over and chat with us.
Well, it's a heck of a show, right? Do you feel the energy?
Indeed,
Everyone's
I do.
Excited right now.
It feels like it's a long time coming. I kind of forgot what it's like to go to a conference or an exposition like this.
I know, but it's good to see everyone. And it's actually a great time for the industry too, right? I mean, everything that's got everyone excited about being back in person is what's actually been this rising tide that's helped the entire industry across the board, right? And there's a lot of great things that have come out of this, right? We've seen some incredible product innovations. We've seen some really new, interesting use cases come along that have really allowed all this to really come together to seamless experiences.
Indeed. Well, I have to ask a personal question. How are you doing with the social skills piece of this first conference in 3 years?
How am I doing with the what?
The social skills piece.
Well, you know something, the first thing you do is you got to make sure you look at the name tag very quickly. Because you don't want to be too obvious when you're trying to remember that person you haven't seen for 2 years, right? But no, it's going well, right?
All right. Well, again, appreciate you joining us on Enterprise Connect TV. You led a session earlier today on technology strategy and hybrid work.
Actually, my session is going to be tomorrow.
Oh,
so we still have it coming
my
up.
mistake.
It's okay. There was some schedule shuffle. My session is tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern time, but it's also going to be a virtual session as well too, right? And the session topic it's got a long title. I think when I worked with Eric, I was like, I don't know if we can capture everything in here. But the gist of it is this, right? We've got these new hybrid work models coming up, and I know it's kind of an overused word, but how do you create a technology strategy that works with something that's still in formation? How do you deal with something that's still kind of evolving in the process, right? You want to be able to have technology that is adaptable to a flexible strategy. And that's the key ideas that we have here.
So let me back you up just a bit. Yeah. I'm wondering if, just for people who are coming to this phrase freshly, define hybrid work for us.
Yeah, you know, it's a great idea, because first of all, it's a marketing term, right? If there's 2 years ago's marketing term was AI, this year's marketing term is hybrid work, right? But you start thinking about this idea that not only are you taking the ability of shifting when you work, but where you work as well. And then combine this with another thing, the why you work in certain areas too. So it's really kind of changing these ideas. And there's some really interesting things that you can look at this. So we already know things like there's this tension in the system. You've got a large number of C-level executives that believe they're going to have more people back on site.
Sure.
But for a lot of the workers, genie's out of the bottle, and they want to be able to spend time with this new way of working that they've come to get used to, right? Then you got the where working. You've got people that are doing more not only remote at home, but satellite offices have really increased as well too. There's some data that I'll show in my presentation about in the London metro area. there's been like a decrease in commercial rentals somewhere in the neighborhood of like, I think it was 26 to 35%. But if you look at some of the suburbs like Oxford and things like that, increases of like 100%, twofold of rentals taking place. So it's really changing. So hybrid work, in essence, winds up being this idea of being able to shift work across space and the time that works out. Now it's a risk though, right? You and I are only human, and we may not be able to control when work gets too much into our personal life or our personal space. So that's where the people around us, I think, have a really nice challenge to try and help. How can you help people create barriers and boundaries and still be productive?
So I'm curious what you said about the geographical differences, that the city centers may be suffering, but wow, the suburbs are seeing an uptick in some instances.
You really are. You know, here's a really great example of this is if you look at the business that we do or the industry does in the Asia Pacific community, there's really a cultural element that says you're working when you're in your office in your seat. And we looked at the metropolitan area of Tokyo, which is one of the most dense workplaces in the world. And even that as a culture are starting to look at suburbs as satellite offices and allowing that. So there's even this bit of cultural shift taking place in that. So it's not uncommon. Now with that said, it's ebbing and flowing. Some people, you've heard some headlines of Facebook taking some major properties, things like this. People are taking advantage of this and doubling down on kind of central campuses in large areas. This is back to the presentation idea, right? Hybrid work is ebbing and flowing. There's no single playbook for anyone. That's the key takeaway in the beginning. So how do you figure out what video strategy, what call center strategy, what audio strategy do I have in place, so as I figure out what works for me?
Thanks for mentioning video. I know beyond hybrid work, you also cover video for Wayne House.
I do.
Talk to us about some of the trends that you're seeing there. Video used to be the bell and whistle. Now it's basically table stakes, right?
Isn't it kind of funny?
What are you seeing?
So we had this. We had the great hibernation. Everybody left work and went home. And then we had all our colleagues on video that probably weren't used to it before. You and I, industry stalwarts are kind of there. We're used to it. We've been pundits of this for a while. But now you've got, stereotypical like the accounting department, these other departments now on video. And what it was is their experience is one had one box on a laptop. That's what I'm used to seeing. I'm getting on the video meeting. But now people are coming back into the office. So one of those interesting challenges is now that you get people back into multiple people in a single room, enabling a video experience that they might be used to, right? One of the interesting things is you can look at a video meeting now if you're on the far end looking into a conference room. You see more people staring at their screens at the video.
It's so true.
As opposed to looking up front at what's taking place on the monitor, right?
Right.
So what you have is you've expanded use cases, expanded users, and this is what's making video exciting. How can you make this an easy flow experience so there's no friction and people still feel productive? That's the key things that we're looking at right now.
I'm going to ask you to put your sociologist hat on just for a second.
Okay, I'll do my best.
With this shift in maybe not video usage, but at least how we hold video as a function or a capability for collaboration, work processes, is the shift due to a generational thing of millennials entering the workforce, people who grew up with this technology, or have we just become accustomed to having this functionality on our desktops, on our mobiles, what have you?
You must have read some of my research because you're playing right into a paper I did. So prior to the pandemic, and keep that in mind, because I think we're going to have a long tail of this, but it's going to go back to what was taking place. This is the first time in history that there were 5 generations in the workforce. Typically there's 3 generations in the workforce. The new one coming in, the mainstay, and the ones retiring. Now what you've had take place even through this pandemic is you've got millennials, who's the largest population coming in, followed quickly by Gen Z, and then you have the baby boomers that are delaying their exit. They're working longer, staying more interested in what's taking place. Each one of those have a different way of absorbing information. Older boomer generations are used to a teacher format. I see people, I'm listening to someone, I take the information and I process it. I'm Generation X, I'm a video format. I'm used to seeing MTV and things coming at me, CNN, 30 seconds. Then you get to the younger generations, and it's a little bit through a mobile device, digital native, if you will, or digital nomad, and as well doing it asynchronous, right? I can text message and get an answer a little while later and not be okay with that. So all these influences are creating this challenge and at the same time, a great blending of ideas. So I keep coming back to this idea of the technology being adaptable. You have to have these modalities that allow all these different generations to get their level of communication. You might see in different businesses that tend to be one generation or one area. You know, you have the stereotype of financial industry as being kind of an older traditional generation versus West Coast, which might be younger, more mobile. And that does play in different businesses. But it really gets interesting when you get into the mixed environment. And how does that work out?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Was that a good sociology?
That was excellent.
Okay.
I appreciate you doing that. Take us out, if you will.
Yeah.
Talk a bit about some of the things you're excited to see here at Enterprise Connect during the rest of the week.
Yeah, so there's a lot of good stuff. Now, I'll tell you, I just did my first round because we just opened up the floor, right? You can feel the excitement again, right? And of course, there's my vendors and people that I talk to who I'm interested in. But I was really intrigued by everything taking place in the call center area around artificial intelligence and how they're looking to optimize what's taking place within those customer service reps or what have you. Not only omni-channel, but information is being collected. Now there's could be this scary, creepy factor if I'm that person taking place. But the ability to optimize for that is a key thing, and I'm really looking forward to the AI information.
A specific application of AI or a permutation of it that we haven't seen, or can you say more about that?
Yeah. So what I'm thinking about is the ability to actually help this algorithmic idea help drive really clean, concise customer interactions.
Okay.
I can pick up sentiment that the customer's having a hard time. I realize this customer service rep may not have that answer or is lingering too long, and creating this optimization taking place. And this isn't even an area that I cover necessarily, but AI is important because it does bleed into the meeting room. It becomes an important thing taking place.
Excellent stuff. Craig, I appreciate you taking some time out of your busy schedule here at Enterprise Connect. Thanks for stopping by the ECTV booth.
I appreciate this. It's going to be a good show.
All right.
All
right. Craig, thanks again. We have been talking with Craig Doerr, Senior Analyst with Wayne House Research, here on Enterprise Connect TV, which has been sponsored by Microsoft. Now, we're going to take a little break and watch a 5-minute video from Microsoft. When we return, Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kraft will be taking over to interview some more great guests. Enjoy the video.
Hey, are you ready for us over there? Yeah, come on by. Perfect. You right there?
Nice start. Good. Warming up the crowd.
Okay.
Sure.
That was really cool. I understand walkie-talkies from when I was a kid. Tell me a little bit more.
Absolutely. So what you just saw is walkie-talkie on our desk phones. This is coming out very soon, and it's the same great functionality that you would get on a mobile phone. So if you're in a retail setting, or if there's an admin who needs to talk to their boss or colleagues quite a bit, you can use the walkie-talkie functionality.
Amazing. And you know, walkie-talkies from my childhood could only go maybe a block. Are there any range or location limitations with this?
There aren't. So long as you're in the Teams ecosystem, you can talk to anybody around the world if they have the walkie-talkie app.
Amazing. Okay, so let's move on. That sounds great for our first-line workers. What about folks who are switching between their desktop and a dedicated video and audio device?
Yeah, so people with heavy voice workloads in particular really like the Better Together functionality, and now we have that on our for our one-to-one calls. So what you're seeing here is I'm getting a call. I'm going to go ahead and answer that on my PC, and it actually answers on the desk phone.
Amazing. That's got to be great so that you can continue doing what you need on your desktop and really leverage your high quality video and audio devices on the side.
Exactly.
Okay, hybrid work is here to stay. Tell me more about these goodies that I'm seeing down the line.
Yeah, so we all know, working from home is tough. And we now have a number of Teams peripherals that are available for folks who are working from home still. And this dock is actually one of the latest devices that is currently getting Teams certified.
Ooh.
This is the Logi dock. It's got a really nice look and feel. It's really made for your desk. And, it's got a speaker, mics, And it also, has a number of ports in the back so that you can plug in a number of things, whether it's your webcam or your monitor or your PC, right into this device.
Okay, but how many ports on my laptop do I need to reserve for this?
Just one. So what's great about this is on your actual desk, you'll have one wire and the rest you can just push on behind the desk.
Oh, I love it. Okay, I understand 3 out of the 5 buttons here. Can you tell me what this Teams button does first on the dock?
Yeah, so Teams button has a lot of functionality. The new feature that we're launching is the ability to actually raise your hand by pressing the button. So if you now long press on this, you'll see you can easily raise your hand, which allows you to just participate a lot faster in your meetings.
Absolutely. And what about this camera button?
Great question. So, we all know mute and how important that is. Well, now we're introducing the ability to mute your camera. And so,
I love that.
Yeah, so when I press camera mute, basically my camera goes off.
Amazing. And the dock stays in a place where you understand and doesn't move, unlike your Teams window, so you can very easily press that physical button. I love that. Okay, last but certainly not least, what is this?
So this is our new Teams display experience that's launching very soon. The device that it's on is the Yealink Desk Vision AIO 24. And it's got a great camera. It's got speakers and mics at the bottom here. It's running our Teams display app, so you get ambient screen with all your meetings. You can see your chats, your channels. You can actually even react right from the home screen. And then you can also do quick replies, which is great. The other thing that is great is you can access a number of different apps, whether it's your calendar or your calls. And one thing that's really exciting is we're now integrating more first-party apps into our Teams display experience. So right here is the Viva Insights app. So you can react, you can say how you're feeling for a particular day. The other great thing is you can actually
All right, that looks incredible. I can't wait to tell my admin I need one of these, particularly with that speaker and camera integrated as well. Thank you so much. All right. There is really no better time to check out these and more Teams certified devices at the link you see on your screen.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Enterprise Connect TV. I'm Eric Kraft, the program co-chair and general manager of Enterprise Connect, and I'm also going to be your host for this segment of Enterprise Connect TV. Now, Enterprise Connect TV is coming to you live from the show floor at Enterprise Connect, which, as you can probably tell, is buzzing and is really popping, and we're just delighted with the folks we've got here with us today on the show floor. We're in the Microsoft booth, and Enterprise Connect TV is sponsored by Microsoft, and I'm very happy to have with us as our first guest in this segment, Mahendra Sekaran, who is Vice President, Intelligent Communication Services at Microsoft. Welcome, Mahendra.
Thank you, Rick.
So, obviously, Teams has been one of the stories of the last 2 years and the incredible growth of Teams. 270 million monthly active users now you're up to. So, that's incredible growth, but now you look at the world transitioning into kind of another reality where the sort of externalities may be different and people's demands may start evolving. So from Microsoft's perspective, what are you looking to keep growing Teams like it has?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on the show here. We are incredibly proud and humble with the growth that we've seen over the last 2 years. And we just kind of celebrated our 5-year anniversary with Microsoft Teams last week, and we made a bunch of statements. So the pandemic, has accelerated the growth, just like it did for Microsoft, a lot of other competing kind of communication collaboration products. And the reason I'm so proud to be here is the role that we've played in kind of keeping the world connected and, productive and educated over the last 2 years. So that's a, if I think about career-defining moments, if I reflect back on the first 2 months of the pandemic where our traffic was surging, just incredibly, like unprecedented growth of traffic. And I was kind of right in the middle of things along with the team where we scaled our services to support it. and we delivered features at an unprecedented velocity because we realized that we had a role to play and we had to do it. And how the whole company came together as one product, as one team, to deliver on what we need to do for our customers was just like amazing. So, what we want to do is build on the momentum that we have. Because we think that we have probably one of the world's best kind of communication and collaboration products that brings together the power of Office 365 and build on the growth that we've seen to kind of deliver, transformative communication experiences as well as collaboration experience for customers. So if I think about Teams Phone, we have over 80 million users using Teams Phone today on a monthly active basis. That's something we are very proud about. I think earlier today when we were chatting in a general session, I was talking to you about hybrid work and the role that our Teams rooms are playing in kind of, providing an equitable experience for every participant in the meeting. And our Teams rooms deployments has doubled year over year. And, we're not going to stop here. We just think that this is our opportunity to kind of, continue to deliver on the Microsoft mission about empowering every person on the planet to do more. So we intend to, so there's a ton of work we're doing, in terms of transforming the meetings experience, transforming the calling experience, and, we can, we feel fortunate to be where we are and serving our customers in the world.
Well, you mentioned Teams Room, and, now we're at that point where a lot of companies, including Microsoft, are bringing people back to the office, and they're, they're looking to build out rooms, and so it's really, exciting to see the innovation that we're seeing in room systems because people are going to be able to get back and actually use those.
That's right.
And so now thinking about hybrid work and thinking about kind of features that may be coming up, what do you think about as the the features that will be enabling hybrid work and the kind of things that you'll need to equip workers with to do this new type of work?
That's right, that's right. The key thing, from a hybrid work perspective, we want to make sure we support the flexibility that today's employees are going to request and in some cases demand. Because we've kind of proved to the world that majority of the information workers, not the people on the front lines, who are the essential workers who, I'm thankful for the job they did through the pandemic, but most IW functions can be done remotely or from anywhere, right? But there's this energy you get when you are in the office, which is very, it's not replaceable. So we want to make sure that we provide enough incentive for people to come back into work, and when they come back into work, have the expectation that not everybody is going to be at work at the same time. So making sure our technology and products are engineered so that people who are remote still get like a very equitable experience, and people in the meeting room as well, are able to participate in the meeting, with the same amount of video fidelity that they used to when working from home. Is one key area of focus. The second theme I would say is, and I think this is a huge opportunity in terms of improving asynchronous collaboration. Oftentimes when we think about asynchronous collaboration, we think about chat. But I actually think there's an opportunity where we can use the power of technology and meeting recordings and transcripts to actually allow people to collaborate with each other using a higher fidelity kind of audio video, where I'm watching a recording of a meeting I missed that happened in the European time zone when I was still in bed. I wake up, I watch the meeting, and as I'm watching the meeting, I'm able to insert my commentary, my questions, which goes back to the organizer, and you're able to have like a immersive dialogue, and that artifact gets saved as part of the meeting, right? And that I think is a great opportunity, kind of using the power of transcription and translation to blur the boundaries time zones introduce, and making the world, one global workforce, right? And the third theme I would say is around, how do we invest in making ourselves more effective in meetings, right? You'll often see this dynamic where you have meetings, there are some people who just talk, the loudest person gets their vote in, but how do you provide an experience which provides for a very inclusive environment, where every voice is heard, and when every voice is heard, people bring their best to work every day, right? So, for example, like we are kind of investing in this whole notion of meeting coach, where there's this almost like a AI-based virtual assistant that is always there for you, and the virtual assistant is going to coach you in terms of, are you talking too much? Are you involving other people in the conversation? Am I interrupting other people? How we can use hand gestures to kind of interact with the meeting. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, to continue to drive innovation in this space, to make hybrid work effective and more natural as well. We don't want people to be left out in this transition to hybrid work.
Well, I mean, it's really interesting, that idea about asynchronous collaboration and it being this kind of rich video and audio experiences, because at first blush you might think, who's going to do that? But it's nothing but an email chain.
That's right.
Transcribed to
embedded
video.
into video.
Like, we know when we can't. For example, the session that you and I did this morning, we had 7 very busy executives trying to prep for that session, and we couldn't get everybody on a call at the same time. So we iterated emails to say, what are you guys' top issues? What do you think is the right things to talk about? And there's no reason you couldn't do that, multimedia.
That's right. Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's really cool. So the last topic I want to ask you about is Operator Connect. Microsoft rolled that out last year.
Yeah.
And what are you seeing in terms of how enterprises are using that? Maybe tell us a little bit first, in 30 seconds, what is Operator Connect?
Yeah, Operator Connect is a means for our telco partners and other partners to kind of play a role in the Microsoft ecosystem by bringing what they do best in terms of customer channels and telecom and PSTN connectivity into the Microsoft Cloud. And what we're doing next, we'll be kind of sharing this in the keynote tomorrow, is building on the foundation of Operator Connect to deliver Operator Connect Mobile, which allows for a Teams experience that is integrated into the mobile native dialer.
Well, and you mentioned that, and I want to remind everybody too, Nicole Herskowitz, Vice President for Microsoft Teams, is delivering the opening keynote at Enterprise Connect here it'll be 10 a.m. Eastern Time in the US, and please watch if you're somewhere else. And Mahendra Sekaran, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, did I take too long?
Oh, no, that was perfect. I interjected a little more than probably necessary.
Wonderful,
yeah,
Eric. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Mahendra, thanks very much. And, everybody's here. We're excited to have everybody here in person. I think I kind of missed a cue here and didn't let Randy get a chance to come on, but I'm very happy now to be joined by Randy Chapman, who's a modern workplace architect and head of product for Cymity. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you very much.
Well,
good to be here.
And Randy, you are a Microsoft MVP.
Yep.
You're obviously a very expert on the Microsoft platform. And you did a session this morning on using Teams and implementing contact centers, which I know has been people have been thinking about how do you do that. And so what was kind of some of the advice that you gave in that session, and what should people think about as they do that?
There were 2 bits that I did at the session. One was because I think most people get contact center wrong in general, doesn't matter what platform it is. So I tried to kind of dumb that down into my kind of best top tips kind of thing. Where to start, starting simple and moving on and getting more complex. And then the other part was, of course, the Teams bit. Just adding, now you've got Teams as your PBX, as your telephone system. What do you have to think about when you actually think about what contact center will look like and how to integrate it with Teams? And there's a few different options, and I kind of tried to go through at a real high level. I didn't get real technical. There's no diagrams or anything like that. I tried to stay, relatively, kind of high level to the whole thing. But yeah, I thought I got the message across.
So Microsoft, it hasn't been thought of as a contact center vendor you know, the way a Genesys might be,
Right.
or the way Cisco's had a contact center product line for a long time. So, but you made, I think, the argument in your session that you certainly can implement a contact
Yes.
center functionality with Microsoft. What do you, as you work with the customers in your business, the enterprises, how do you see them thinking about, you know, putting these combinations together?
Well, you have to think about the contact center in general. Think about your goals for the contact center. Think about, you know, what it is you want the customer journey. I went through the customer journey quite a few times. That you know, when they call, what are they trying to get out of it? Who are they trying to engage with? What information, advice, that kind of thing, do they need to get from you? So as long as you think about the contact center as that, helping businesses, helping your customers, whether they're internal users or external users, businesses, customers, doesn't really matter. As long as you think about helping them, that's the important thing. The fact that you're using Teams as your telephony platform is almost incidental, but because Teams isn't just a PBX, it also has chat, it also has collaboration and app integration and things like that. You can get a lot more out of Contact Center by integrating with a big call app platform than just a PBX that's just a voice call. So in the fullness of time, when all of the APIs and all that richness is out, having a Contact Center that integrates with Teams will stand out above other platforms that just do telephony.
And are you a believer that, you know, they kind of talk about either everybody's a contact center agent, or, you know, that sort of capability will just sort of spread throughout the enterprise? Do you see that happening?
Yeah, definitely. It depends on the platform you use, because, you know, if you measure contact center or sell contact center, some vendors charge per user, per seat kind of thing. If you think about, you know, treating the business as, you know, a contact center is any person, as you said, anyone's a contact center. But that's actually the mantra of one organization I can think of. I'm not going to name drop or anything like that. That's not my intention. But by treating everyone as a contact center, it means you can unlock pockets of the business that could improve their way of actually dealing with calls over and above just using a hunt group or something like that. And you can put analytics and measure the whole thing and the success of that contact center. It doesn't matter whether it's customer service or whether it's, you know, your accounts department or your IT help desk. They're all contact centers in some stretch of the imagination, and you can definitely improve them by leveraging the power of an integration such as Teams and a contact center.
So it's not about, I mean, I think when IP first became the communications medium, people would talk about the company as a contact center, and you know, there were these scenarios like, oh, the bank teller, when it's a slow time at the bank, they'll essentially sign on and become a contact center agent because you can utilize it. We're talking now really more about kind of almost going the other way. It's like giving everybody and giving the enterprise the metrics and the help that a contact center agent gets from the system.
Exactly right, yeah.
Rather than forcing everybody to be in the contact center queue.
Yeah, you think about the contact center agent, they're the people with headsets and tied to a desk at a cubicle or something like that. It's not like that anymore, particularly with hybrid. You've got contact center agents, or, you know, they can work from anywhere just like any other user. So it's an exciting time.
So I mentioned you're a Microsoft, excuse me, a Microsoft MVP, so you're well versed in the Microsoft platform. In addition to contact centers, what are you seeing as the big Teams trends and issues in the next 12
The thing
months?
that I've been doing for the last 18 months or something like that is meeting rooms. You think with the pandemic, everybody got sent home, businesses closed closed their doors and things like that. Why do you need a meeting room when nobody's there? However, people have taken the opportunity to really double down and deploy as many meeting rooms as they can possibly get. One, in preparation for when people go back, but what they're doing is actually making meeting spaces out of where desks were before. And that's the big thing, is when they return to work and the office actually opens back up, is they're making the office a place to meet rather than a place to work. So, there's the whole adage now that work is what you do, not where you go. And that's definitely true. But being able to go and meet and be productive in the office and use the hybrid capability of Teams and the meeting space itself, that's the big trend that I see. That and contact center are the two big ones.
So is that a challenge for an enterprise to, like right now? They're going and building out meeting rooms. Do they really feel confident that they know how that office is, exactly how that office is going to be used by those employees, or enough so where they can build out a meeting room and feel like they don't have to tear it apart and do it again?
Yeah, I mean, because nobody wants to go to the office anymore, they don't need the desk as much as they did. But yeah, they are confident, I think. And they work with, if you work with a consultant that can help plan the space, that's where it kind of gets really interesting. It isn't just about the hardware that goes into the space. I think space planning will be almost a niche kind of skill unto itself. Actually planning the space to get the most out of every square inch. You know, even informal spaces like that over there, or little beanbag areas and things that could be a meeting space if it's treated right. I think that's kind of exciting.
And is that in the engagements you're doing? Do you kind of see that gamut of different kinds of meeting spaces that they want to build?
Absolutely, yeah. It's not just the boardroom anymore. It's not just a four-wall space. There's obviously the four walls and divisible spaces and things, just like there were before. Divisible spaces are becoming a lot more popular as well. These kind of 3 or 5-in-1, 6-in-1 kind of spaces with concertina doors between them. So you got 5 individual meeting room devices in there. You open it all up, and you got a 6th one at the other end when it's theater style kind of thing. And all that's purpose built and actually layered on. So those are quite popular. But just making any space a meeting space is definitely, is a big trend.
I'm sorry. How easy or hard is that with the current generation of, like Teams rooms, in terms of, getting the AV right, getting the sound right, getting the lighting and the camera angles right?
So the hardware itself, obviously there's MTRs or Microsoft Teams rooms available from many vendors now, and it's a growing list. And there's a whole ecosystem around them with audio, video, and things like that. And working together with a consultant or something that knows not just one brand. It's no good hanging your hat on just one brand, because every vendor brings something unique to the party. So being able to be agnostic and actually treat each space like a use case, and designing the use case and the hardware, the stuff that goes around it, to actually fit the space and the use that it's going to be. That's the key. And there are good consultants out there that just know it well enough to be able to write that blueprint. It's great.
Great. Well, it sounds like kind of a fun time to be doing this kind of work.
It is.
It's a new, field to plow, a new way of doing things.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there anything that sticks out in your mind in terms of, this is just like a part of my job that didn't exist pre-pandemic, or a discipline, or a learning that you just go like, this has become really interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the Microsoft UC space really since the OCS days, and probably a user for much longer than before than that. Then meeting rooms came along, and everyone wanted them. We're talking about 50 customers with over 1,000 rooms, in the space of 6 to 8 months, something like that. And and it's never going to stop. That's really interesting.
It's just going to keep evolving. Well, Randy Chapman, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a great conversation, and again, we appreciate you being here at Enterprise Connect.
All right.
Thanks a lot. Enterprise Connect TV is sponsored by Microsoft, and we're here in the Microsoft booth. We're on the floor here at Enterprise Connect, and it's super exciting. Remember that the Enterprise Connect TV player is also available to you at the Enterprise Connect website, enterpriseconnect.com/Orlando. You can watch this thing, for free. No, you don't even have to give us your name. Just watch. Tomorrow we've got, as we mentioned, Microsoft's keynote with Nicole Herskowitz, and I hope you'll join us tomorrow for that. Now, for our next interview, I'm very pleased to be joined by an old friend and somebody who's been at Enterprise Connect many times and is really our go-to person for services procurement, which is, as veterans of this industry know, is it's an art and a science both, and also a little bit of sort of fisticuffs, or at least hard-nosed bargaining. Joe Schmidt is director at Tech Caliber Consulting. Joe, welcome to Enterprise
Eric,
Connect.
good to be here. Thanks for having me. Great to be back. Quite a buzz here today.
Well, again, thank you so much for being here. And you did a session also this morning. It was on managing a global procurement, and you and I, talked and kind of worked through the concept. And I think it really speaks to how the job for the enterprise of getting these services has changed. Can you tell us about what that session was and sort of what your message to the audience was?
Right. So the session was about how you go about as an enterprise buying a global UC solution. And we know over the last 2 years, enterprises have come to depend on global UC solutions. That's how we've all communicated. And the session was really to talk about, well, how do you go about doing that, and what are some of the issues that you do need to address? So obviously it works. We know it works because we've been using it for the last 2 years. We know that TC2, with working with clients, that there is a commitment to rolling out global UC solutions, and our clients do tend to be large multinationals that have that requirement. If you do it right, Eric, you can retire your legacy telephony or a good portion of it, but you'll always have issues. And if you go into these global procurements without that mindset, knowing that you'll have issues, you're sure to fail. And the type of issues that you're going to have, as an example, if you don't go in asking the business what they need, what their requirements are, the procurement's going to fail. If you don't think with the end user in mind, you're going to have issues. Because at the end of the day, it's that end user experience that matters. If you don't assess your endpoints, for example, your laptops, your tablets, your smartphones, if they're not running the right level of software, you can load the application on it, but the experience is going to be poor, and they're going to point the finger at the UC solution, and that's not going to be the problem. We see clients have issues with LAN readiness and WAN readiness, where it goes back to the technology that we're familiar with over the years. But if you don't assess to make sure that your LAN and WAN can support this technology, you're going to have issues. You're going to have issues if you don't communicate. If you don't talk to and communicate with the end users, with your site IT, with the business users, to let them know that this solution is going to be rolled out, and constantly communicate, you're going to have issues. And if you don't train people on how to use the technology, you're definitely going to have issues. At a macro level, you'll have issues if you go in with the mindset that it's a single monolithic solution. Because globally, while you may want it to be a cookie cutter implementation, you can't do that. Here in the US, E911, that's a real thing now. That is a requirement that you have to address, because there are regulatory mandates from the FCC, there are state mandates, and it has to be done. So with these new UC platforms, you have to roll out E911. You'll have privacy issues to contend with in Europe. You'll have technology limitations where you may want to have a global centralized SIP solution, but you can't buy it in certain countries, and there are a lot of issues. So, I mean, the takeaway was, it's great, it's something that companies need, but you need to go in with your eyes wide open when buying a global UC solution.
And so, I mean, we've worked with you for a long time on the various network services generations that have happened over the years, and MPLS and T1s for us old people, you know, and now we're in UCaaS is the thing. So, as a firm that helps people negotiate these contracts and specify them and get the details right, how does the UCaaS environment for procurement differ from those old kind of data services or other things?
Yeah, that's a great question, because TC2 has been in business for over 20 years, right? So we do ride these waves, and those services that you were talking about, those carrier-based services, they tended to be commodity-type services, as you said. MPLS ports, access, SIP trunks, voice minutes, where when you do those deals, they're typically based on a commitment, a revenue stream and a term, and when you satisfy that commitment, you're free to go out to market again or renegotiate with your incumbent. You see, though, it's very different. I mean, every client, every customer is different, their requirements are different, so therefore these deals, the way you negotiate them, it's more nuanced. The contract structure, it's different than a carrier contract, where you'll have an overarching master service agreement with a statement of work that lays out hundreds of pages of detail of how that will be delivered. The pricing components of a UC deal vary. You'll have some licensing requirement. You'll have a usage-based requirement. You may have fixed costs for things like equipment. So it is different, and a UC solution is a much stickier relationship too. It's not something that you can just go and churn every 3 years. So it takes time to get a UC implementation right. So clients, customers aren't tending to, leave a supplier after 3 years. So it is different than a carrier relationship.
Is that, I mean, you use the word sticky, and that, that could seem a little intimidating or problematic for a company that's concerned about vendor lock-in, or what if I pick the wrong UCaaS? How do you make sure you don't pick the wrong UCaaS provider?
Well, and that's why you have to do your due diligence. And we're a big fan of doing a fact-based analysis. So you do need to gather your requirements. You do need to document your requirements. You do need to do things like have those reference interviews. Don't just blow that off. That's important to talk to other customers of those service providers. It's important to work with the solution providers to make sure that you fully vet the technology and the solution, but also consider things like operational support, management, billing, because it's going to vary, and you have to run a pilot as well. I mean, it's important that you fully understand how the solution operates. So, I mean, clients, again, I talked about the issues you could have, but if you think all that through, you'll likely have a successful relationship with those providers.
So you've been walking the floor a little bit here, and you've been at the conference today. What are you seeing that's interesting, or what else besides what you came here to talk about?
So Eric, I have to say, the irony is I'm talking about unified communications and what a great platform it is, which it is, but I love seeing the people. It is so invigorating to be back with this. I mean, you can hear the buzz. There's nothing like being able to sit down, have a cup of coffee with somebody, see old friends who we haven't seen each other in a couple of years. So for me, seeing the people is great. The show is always great. You always put on a great show. I love, seeing the latest and greatest and hearing all the goings on in the industry. But for me, being back with people, it's been great.
It's funny. I heard a kind of a slapping noise while you were talking, and I looked up. It was two guys hugging, slapping the back and fist bumping, and it's just like, people do that at shows, and you almost forgot that people.
We need this. I mean,
that way.
it's been too long. I mean, 2 years is a long time. It was kind of strange walking back in here to the resort yesterday after being away for 2 years. Right? We've had a couple of false starts. We were going to do it, and then we ended up doing the sessions remote. But it's exciting to be back. It really is. And again, you've done a great job once again with the show here.
Thank you so much. What do you, when you think about the year ahead, what's kind of one thing that kind of you are keeping your eye on?
Well, I'm certain that these sorts of conferences are going to be better attended. I mean, people aren't going to want to get back out, from a technology. I'm curious to see how the hybrid office, hybrid work environment is going to work. But you can't do this. I can look you in the eye. You can't do that on a UC call, and there's something to be said. So I'm curious to see how the hybrid office actually does work in real life.
I'm just curious, is TC2 a virtual company?
We are. I mean, we've always had remote offices, but when a client needs us there, we go. So yeah, for me, this was nothing new. I've been doing this for 20 years, but suddenly having people in my space, that was new.
Cool. Well, Joe Schmidt, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for doing the session today. It was a great session. We're going to take a short break. You can stay right there. You can stay, but we'll take a break now. Again, we're here live on the Enterprise Connect show floor. I'm Eric Kraft, the General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect. When we come back, my colleague Terry Sweeney will be taking over the interviewing task again, and I will see you all tomorrow. So on behalf of the whole Enterprise Connect team, thank you so much for watching, and Terry will be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm John Tucker, Microsoft Partner Product Manager in the Azure for Operators group. As we emerge from the pandemic and working from home in most countries, and we're going through one of the most profound and sustained structural changes in how we get work done and how our employees collaborate and engage with each other. The new normal of working from home has given way to the great reshuffle. We had a stable situation before the pandemic in terms of working habits for the last few decades, a stable situation with remote work, and we've found new habits, but we're now going to go through a profound and persistent period of change that's going to impact employees and businesses and managers as we think about how to get work done in a mix of hybrid environments. At the same time, in the hybrid environment, the fundamental expectations of our employees have changed. Many are looking to prioritize their health and well-being more highly than they have historically, and are looking for jobs and roles and employers who will meet those requirements. Increasingly, employees are looking for a clearer sense of purpose and connection and engagement with their employer. And finally, we're all looking for ways to reconnect with the loss of in-person contact greatly over the last couple of years. And over half of employees who work in a hybrid fashion say they're feeling more lonely now than they were before the pandemic. Now, this is also not a static landscape. Flexible and asynchronous work is certainly here to stay. But this is not without its challenges that we have yet to overcome. And in particular, burnout is often being driven by digital overload and calendar overload. Now, employees organically have been addressing some of these issues. We're seeing a great increase in chat as a tool to remain engaged and connected with coworkers. And we're seeing meetings being scheduled much less frequently at noon and on Mondays and Fridays as people prioritize time away from the desk and for deeper work and deeper thinking. But there's definitely a role and an imposition on leaders and managers to take more active steps to drive change here. Certainly, how we measure and think about the impact and outcomes of our employees' work and productivity needs to change. We can no longer just measure by time in the office or work online. And how we build relationships is a huge challenge in this hybrid environment. More than 40% of leaders indicate that the biggest single challenge they face is relationship building in this new environment. And the role of the office and our communication tools play a key role in that. And so far, only a minority of leaders say that they have taken active steps to engage with their teams and partner with them to create new modes of work. So what we think is required is a profound mindset shift. There is no one size fits all. We need to engage with our employees where they are on an individual basis to understand how the assumptions we've worked with for the last couple of decades, when everybody was in the office and in the same environment and the same access to information within the team, has changed. This is also not a one and done situation. Each of us as individuals, as well as our teams, are going through a period of change as we work out how we each want to engage with a hybrid work environment, how much time we want to spend in the office, how much time remotely, and with which devices we use to get our work done. And finally, critically, the tools that we provide must focus on meeting our employees' needs where they are, whether they're frontline workers or at their desk, or whether they're on the move generally. We must focus on building tools that deliver a native experience so that everybody can engage as a first-class citizen with their co-workers and other employees. And we must also focus on enabling individuals to customize and adapt and individualize the tools to meet their particular ways of working and their team workflows. So the pandemic has reshaped priorities for our employees. Hybrid work has changed the norms of work and imposed huge new challenges and complexity on how we get engagement and collaboration between our employees. And as leaders and managers, our view is that generates a huge imperative on us to shift our mindset, to be open, to be curious about our employees and how we get work done, to be intentional about driving change and adopting change in partnership with our employees, and very thoughtful about the tools we introduce, focusing on flexibility and user experience. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Enterprise Connect TV News Desk. Terry Sweeney here with more interviews with enterprise communications experts, live from the Enterprise Connect show floor. I am joined now by Michael Finneran, president of DBRN Associates and an Enterprise Connect veteran. Michael, welcome very much to Enterprise Connect TV.
Thank you, Terry.
Glad you could make it. Your expertise, of course, is mobility and wireless technologies. You did a session this morning about the state of 5G and other wireless technologies. Tell us about some of the takeaways from that session.
Well, clearly the biggest story in wireless for enterprises today is private 5G.
Okay.
Which is the idea of building your own private cellular network.
Right.
This is something we've been talking about, 30 years in our field. And finally, with the combination of new technology and particularly with the capabilities of 5G, we can now actually deliver this, and we're getting a lot of activity and a lot of questions.
I can imagine. For viewers who aren't familiar with the permutations of private 5G, talk about why it's particularly appropriate for enterprises.
Well, it's something we couldn't have before. Generally for wireless and enterprise. Now, we do use cellular service for our users, but the same way that everyone else uses cellular service. But inside of the facility, we generally depend on Wi-Fi, which can have some problems in certain applications. Video, people who move around a lot. But now you can essentially have the same technology, the same type of network that the public carriers use on a smaller scale basis, greater flexibility, licensed spectrum, so there's no concern with interference.
Okay.
And it's also more secure, it gives you more capabilities, but it's something really dramatically new to be able to have this as an enterprise.
I think this is implicit in what you said, but also just the capacity that 5G, private 5G would offer enterprises has got to be enormously attractive.
Capacity generally, peculiarly in this case, isn't the big issue. Actually, if we want higher capacity, we'd be better off with Wi-Fi.
No kidding.
Yeah, because of the amount of radio spectrum that's allocated to Wi-Fi, which is about 2 gigahertz, versus the very narrow section that's actually allocated for private 5G. So rather than looking for a very high speed, we're looking for our networks that are probably slower, but more secure, and most importantly, more predictable.
Okay.
So we can, with the cellular technology, unlike Wi-Fi, where all the different users are buying for the same channel, contention system, with cellular, we can organize how much that guy gets, how much that guy gets, so it gives them much more control along with the security. That's probably the single biggest advantage.
Okay. You just mentioned security. I can imagine increased security, especially for wireless, has got to be a huge attraction for prospective enterprise buyers.
Yes. We've done pretty well with security.
Okay.
In the early days of Wi-Fi, it was a horror. We had a security system called WEP that you could break in about 10 minutes.
Sure.
With a tool you could download from the web. It was full of holes. However, in Wi-Fi, we did improve substantially, so for the most part, we're good there. But the cellular networks have always been heavy on security. It's primarily because in the first generation cell phones, they made the security so lax, it cost them about 20% of their revenue.
Sure.
Cloned cell phones were a bigger problem than they ever wanted to let on. But ever since then, since they came up with 2G, the encryption over the air is better, the security mechanisms for the phones, they killed the ability to clone. So really, they took all the basic encryption stuff that we do with Wi-Fi, but added in all the other things you really need in a public network, and now that's available to the private network user as well.
Thank you, that's really helpful. I have another question for you about how well Wi-Fi 6 and 5G, even in its private iteration, do they work together well? Were they designed to work together well?
They were designed without one even looking at the other. How's that?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wi-Fi grew up as a private network technology, and it developed really out of the datacom. It was really a connection mechanism for laptops, where the cellular business developed out of voice. Well, now there's more data traffic on cell networks than there is voice.
Sure.
And with private 5G, rather than that being the wide area solution and Wi-Fi the local solution, now cellular is looking at being at least part of the local solution. But they're both progressing a pace, and those are really our two major pillars that we have in the wireless space: cellular in the wide area and Wi-Fi in the local area.
All right. Mike, switching gears slightly, What are you looking ahead to in the next 12 months where wireless technologies are concerned? What should enterprises be focused on?
Well, if the big subject is private 5G. Now, all customers will be upgrading to 5G for their public services because you buy a new cell phone, it has 5G capability, and 5G is free. So you're not paying anymore, you get the higher speed, you just sort of roll into it without noticing. But with private 5G, it really gives them a much bigger alternative in the local space, something that they didn't have before, and that's really where we're focusing the efforts. Thus far, most of the big announcements for private 5G only came out at the Mobile World Congress, which was held about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Right.
So now we've got a lot of announcements. The big job I'm involved in is figuring out exactly what they have. Even simple questions like, well, can you do telephone calls? Not everyone has an immediate answer for that. So like fleshing out really what's the life experience, what's the cost picture going to be. So it's really now a matter of, okay, you said something, it's up to us to flesh out what it really means so enterprise customers can make reasonable decisions.
So if I'm an enterprise, will I end up with a radio array in my data center? I mean, how do you envision that actually unfolding?
It's funny. Well, we sort of had, the radios generally aren't in the data center. We scatter those all over the building because that's where the users are.
I guess better coverage. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we do have the core of that runs in the data center.
Okay.
But interestingly, with private 5G, most of the alternatives, rather than going the Wi-Fi, in Wi-Fi we build our own Wi-Fi network and then we maintain it. Cisco kind of pioneered the space in this, and they're talking about network as a service. So in essence, we'd sit down and say, okay, we want to cover these applications, this quality of service, this much bandwidth per user, give me an answer. And they will go out and configure the network, decide on the radio equipment, the core, the support stuff, install it and test it, and then they run it.
Okay.
So if something breaks, we're not sending one of our guys out with a screwdriver and a ladder. It's somebody from Cisco, or more likely Cisco's systems integrator, that'll actually be going out to do the repair. So we're not really buying a private network, we're buying a private network service. And that's a big difference.
No, and there's a bit of genius there because it helps the ROI,
Well, it's partially the ROI for sure, because everyone's the OpEx rather than CapEx today. But it's also, it saves the buyer from having to learn cellular technology.
Oh, okay.
For the troubleshooting, cellular looks nothing like Wi-Fi. I mean, our guys are great at troubleshooting Wi-Fi now.
Okay.
But with cellular, our big question was, well, how are we going to train all these people to do this? And basically, it's an end run around the training problem. We don't have to train our people. You're buying a service, we'll take care of it.
That makes sense. I mean, how do you adapt a wide area technology to a local area sort of application?
Oh, easy. Turn the power down. I'm not kidding.
Okay. Michael, take us out. What are you most interested in seeing at Enterprise Connect this week?
Well, I was hoping to get more like down in the trenches views of how the vendors are pushing out this private 5G. And always anything having to do with wireless. They have, like everyone else who is in a contact center that you see, my sole focus is on how mobility fits into all of these things and all the specialized things you have to take into consideration when you deal with wireless.
All right. Any other emerging any emerging wireless technologies we should be on the lookout for?
Yeah. SpaceX.
SpaceX?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, SpaceX. Well, let's not give a plug to Musk. He's doing well enough already. But SpaceX is putting up a low Earth orbit satellite system.
Of course.
One of several that's going up at this moment. They're in the lead. So if we have two ecosystems now, cellular and Wi-Fi, if there's going to be a third, the guess is going to be its low Earth orbit satellite.
All right. Michael, I appreciate you joining us this week at Enterprise Connect, and thanks for dropping by the Enterprise Connect TV News Desk.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Nice chatting. Thank
Bye.
you. You are watching Enterprise Connect TV live from Orlando, Florida at the Gaylord Palms Hotel and Convention Center. I'm Terry Sweeney. I'm your moderator this week for Enterprise Connect TV. Enterprise Connect TV, of course, is sponsored by Microsoft. We'll be here through Wednesday afternoon when the show floor closes for the Enterprise Connect conference. Besides watching these folks here on Enterprise Connect TV, you can also read the articles they post on NoJitter.com. No Jitter is the daily news and analysis website produced by the same content team that puts together the Enterprise Connect program. I also want to remind you that Enterprise Connect is a hybrid event this year, meaning you can sign up to attend virtually, and there's still plenty of time. If you're watching this on the Enterprise Connect Orlando website, just scroll down to find more information and links to register. If you're watching on YouTube, go to enterprisedeconnect.com/Orlando. Now, I'd like to welcome our next guest to Enterprise Connect TV. She is speaking on a couple of very different topics as part of the Enterprise Connect conference program. I'm happy to welcome attorney Martha Beyer to the Enterprise Connect TV news desk. Martha, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure to be here.
You were on a panel this morning that was discussing E911, emergency 911 services. Talk about some of the biggest current E911 challenges, especially for enterprises.
So there are two new federal laws. They're not that new, but they've become effective in the relative short term. One is called Carrie's Law, named after a woman named Carrie Hunt, who was murdered in a hotel room in Marshall, Texas. As she was being murdered, her 9-year-old daughter was in the room and was trying to call 911. And what the daughter didn't know was that she had to dial 9 to get an outside line.
That's heartbreaking.
So it's heartbreaking. And so Carrie Hunt's father and Mark Fletcher from 911 Inform really drove the bus to get federal legislation called Carrie's Law, which became effective in February of 2018, that requires that manufacturers, installers, distributors, as well as operators of multi-line telephone systems have to make sure that there is no blockage of any way, of any kind, to calls made to 911.
Sure.
There are other requirements as well. That's one of three. There has to be a contemporaneous call made to someone at a security desk.
Okay.
And the third, there has to be a valid callback number that's provided with that call record.
Talk about the impact on enterprises directly as a result of this law.
Well, any enterprise that has installed a system after February 17, 2018, or has even experienced a major upgrade of a system, is obligated to be compliant with Carrie's Law at this point. Ray-Baum's Act, which is slightly newer, requires that information from wired landlines as well as mobile, unwired, untethered devices provide what's known as dispatchable location information. The law does not define what dispatchable location is, other than providing some general guidance. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of vagaries that need to be addressed.
Who would you foresee installing or making these upgrades? Is it large scale convention facilities, for example, large hotels, airports?
Small hotel, large and small.
Okay.
Large and small businesses. The last thing you want to do is be accused of blocking access to 911. There's no litigation to date, other than Carrie Hunt's case, which settled for just under $42 million.
Wow. And remind us when this new law takes effect?
It's already in effect.
Okay.
It's in effect. Both of them. Carrie's Law became effective February 17th, 2018. Ray-Baum's Act for wired devices became effective on January 6th of 2021, and for untethered devices, January 6th of 2022. So those are the law of the land as of now.
Okay, you're a modest person. I'm going to ask you to tell our viewers what is your own connection to Carrie's Law?
Well, I wrote the letter on behalf of Mark Fletcher. I actually wrote the letter that got the attention of one of the FCC commissioners.
Oh, brava! Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. It was an honor and a privilege.
Changing gears, not slightly, but radically. You're leading a session tomorrow, and I want to read the title because I think it's a great title. The Etiquette, Ethics, and Efficacy of Metaverse and Virtual Reality-Enabled Communications. That is a great title. It is a search engine optimization trifecta, so I salute you.
So the conversation is really going to be about what are we measuring? Are we measuring the right things?
Okay.
And are we doing the right things with what we're measuring? I read a book that inspired me a couple of years ago by a woman named Cathy O'Neill.
Okay.
The book is called Weapons of Math Destruction. And it reminded me of an experience I had many years ago when I worked on a call center. I was just out of college. It was a long time ago. The technology was very primitive. And all of the agents at the end of the month were ranked. And everyone knew that the agent that finished second every month was smarter than everybody else in the room. But she always finished second, not first. Why is that? Well, it was the agent that finished first was hanging up on all the complicated calls, and no one was listening. So the only thing that was being measured was the volume of calls.
I see.
So now things are much more sophisticated, there are many more capabilities, but you still have to step back and say, are we measuring the right thing? A friend of mine recently was at McDonald's and ordered something, I don't know what, and on the receipt was printed, if you give us an excellent review, we will give you a Big Mac.
Oh.
Now, that's nice, but what is it that they're measuring? Are they measuring how good the Big Mac was, how good the service was? They're not necessarily going to get a great result, an accurate result. So that's why the questions are really important. And I think one of the other issues that's really important is how is the math being done? Right? Everyone who's selling an AI solution has some sort of secret sauce, to go back to McDonald's. Everybody has some sort of secret sauce, but unless you know what that is and how it works, it's hard to know how to use the results that are generated.
Well, I know you're not using virtual reality and AI interchangeably.
No.
How does VR-enabled communications make its way to call center?
So, well, it does because virtual reality is becoming increasingly sophisticated.
Okay.
And in speaking with Tom Brannan, who was an analyst in this area, one of the things he said to me was, pretty soon virtual reality headsets are going to be measuring things that we can't control, like blood pressure, eye action, and if that information is captured, how is it going to be used? It may be used very beneficially, we don't know, but it's not like anyone's willingly giving that information up or knows that they're giving that information up simply by putting on a headset. So it's a question of what's being gathered and how it's being used, and it's really no different than a contact center or anything else. Who has your information and what are they doing with it?
Okay, so are we in for a HIPAA for contact center legislation on the horizon?
That's hard to say, I don't know. But I think we need to be sensitive. I think people give out way too much personal information. Even here, someone asked me for my cell phone number, and I said, no, I don't share that. Now it turned out they needed it for something else, and they still didn't provide it. But we give away a lot of information that is not necessary for whatever purpose it's being asked for, other than to build databases.
Sure. Martha, let's close out. Tell us a bit about what you're most interested in seeing this week during the Enterprise Connect conference.
I have to say I've learned a lot this week, even just today. I learned a lot about 5G deployment that I didn't appreciate. Listening to your previous guest, Michael Finneran, this morning was really informative. A friend of mine said, should I get a 5G phone? Just a civilian person, should I get it? And the answer is, not yet. But learning things here, this is always a great learning opportunity, and I love coming and participating for that reason.
Well, we're glad you're here and appreciate you coming by Enterprise Connect TV to talk with us. Thanks so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking with Martha Beyer, attorney with the law offices of Martha Beyer. This has been Terry Sweeney for Enterprise Connect TV. We are here on the Enterprise Connect TV show floor in the Microsoft booth, our sponsor, of course. Now for our next interview, Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kraft recently sat down with Lon Yi, Corporate Vice President for Microsoft Teams. They talked about hybrid work, the metaverse, and other important topics. Here's how that conversation went. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eric Kraft, General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect. And in this segment of Enterprise Connect TV, I'm speaking with Lan Yi, Corporate Vice President at Microsoft Teams. Welcome, Lan.
Thank you, Eric, for having me.
Thanks so much for doing the interview. There's so much ground to cover, so many things to discuss. I want to start with sort of where we're at right now. We're, fortunately, we seem to be in a better place with the world sort of health situation, at least here in the U.S. We're starting to see some of the real hybrid work emerge, and even Microsoft itself is bringing folks back to the office. We're starting to really see maybe some momentum towards that. So enterprises, they have got their own set of issues to sort of think about how that breaks down. But as a technology provider, when Microsoft thinks about what's going to be the breakdown between people working in the office and people working remotely, and you think about what that's going to imply for the technology and the products you make for enterprises, how do you think about that? How do you balance or segment out? We've got to do this much innovation for office-based versus remote.
Yeah, I think that the buzzword is hybrid. We talked a lot about what does hybrid mean, and a lot of customers have been asking us and trying to get guidance and understand how Microsoft is doing it. I think if I were to decode this, there's really not, when we think about from a technology or product investment perspective, there's really not about shifting the balance from one to another. The answer is always be, in this future of hybrid, we have to fully embrace it. And the key word is flexibility, right? You want to meet where your employees and our customers are, providing them the flexibility, whether if they choose to go back to office or stay home, or even for the single person, they may make these decisions on a dynamic basis, depending on their life stage, depending on their support system. So I think it's essential for us when we think about the solution to prioritize for this kind of flexibility and better together versus think about one versus the other as being more important or not. And I remember I read in a recent survey from Ernst & Young that said 90% employees wants the flexibility to work at home, but 35% of the companies, think that they will mandate everybody to come back to office, right? So if you look at, there is some kind of conflict in these kind of situations where a company want people to go back more so than employees want flexibility. And I think, we as product and technology solutions are here to try to figure out how do we help both the company and employees to achieve equilibrium, at some point by being flexible and adapted to the different needs.
I think that's so important, and flexibility seems like such a key word. And because it's also a work in progress, right? Nobody really knows how well it's going to go with the plan they're starting with now in 3 months, 6 months.
Exactly, and frankly, our product plan and our vision has also been evolving, and if I look back 12 months ago, how we think about the world is very different from how we think about it is today, right? We see, for example, conference room as a good example where, the world that we used to live in the pandemic, prior to the pandemic is, you think about your conference room investment as a 10-year thing, right? You figure out the budget, you figure out the setup, and you just put equipment in there. You expect to get lifespan out of it. And, with now people are rethinking their space, both in terms of the size and purpose of the space, then, all of a sudden you have these buyer's remorse, am I on the right strategy? And then also when we look at company spending on workspace, they're also really taking a step, pause in a lot of cases, trying to rethink their strategy. So as product makers, then we have to think about, well, instead of building these big monolithic systems that assume people won't change, we have to build these modular systems as well as software and services in a way that will, today you may want this to be a conference room. Tomorrow you may want to remodel this to be a workspace, a hub, right? A collab hub. These dynamic shifts of how we want to adapt to this new world. Our product and services needs to factor those in as well.
That seems really critical, and it's great to hear you talk about those kinds of sort of modularity. So there's I kind of mentioned the office and remote, but there's almost kind of like a third place or an emerging third place that you can think of, which is the metaverse. And we all hear a lot about the metaverse, and we hear various things about it. And Microsoft, of course, came out with a very clear vision of kind of the beginnings of what the metaverse should look like for enterprises, for workplaces. How would you describe sort of where that vision has evolved to since last year, when really we saw it for the first time, and how does a business think about you're making so many investments that you want to have some kind of an ROI for, or you want to have some kind of a justification for? How do you think about the sort of the business case or the use case for the metaverse for an enterprise?
Yeah, I think, right now we're seeing a lot of pull, a lot of demand from the business, from, our customers. I like to think of metaverse as a buzzword, but the demand and a lot of the businesses having is related to hybrid, actually. As the companies get into either fully remote or hybrid, there's a need to think about, well, how do I help build company culture, help our employees build social connections in the traditional way, in a way that's very different from tradition, when everybody is, has a physical space that they can get attached to and hang out. A lot of people miss the water cooler, type of conversation, and we don't have those anymore. Not necessarily everybody will have this, even in the hybrid mode, right? So I see a lot of the CTOs, CIOs are really thinking hard about this. How do we recreate this kind of company belonging, sense of culture, cohesion? And so I think that's a very interesting angle to think about how much, an experience like that can help, because it helps to represent your organization in a non sort of hierarchical way, right? And bring the culture to life in a much more visceral way. And it's a very interesting paradigm to see, you can clearly see the potential. And then the other thing, I'm also very excited, we all know humans are 3D animals, right? We live and breathe in 3D. We absorb information in 3D. But so far, our way of collaborating and interacting with information is all very 2D driven. So far, right now we are all looking at each other, looking at content from outside in, right? We look at content from a 2D. Interesting opportunities when you think about the potential for collaboration and culture building. I think the challenges here for this type of experience, we're in a very early stage of this. We need to learn. We need to keep our ears in the ground. Some of the immediate challenge we already ran into, communication products by its nature is about connecting people from anywhere, anytime, regardless of their ability, right? So we're here to build inclusive experience that's accessible to all. So, then how do you introduce this kind of paradigm shift in a way that still make communication retain its essence of accessibility, equity? I think a lot of these, technology hasn't even thought about it. We don't have a great solution for it. But these are all hard problems that we need to solve in order for a paradigm shift like that to really take off in the business.
And finally, in the couple minutes we have left, when you think about the way people do hybrid work now, the tools they use, and maybe how that might evolve, what are some of the technologies you think about? Like, for example, we, at least in this stage of video conferencing, some people do it on their mobiles, but at least for knowledge workers, it seems to be very desk-based and computer-based. Are there technologies like mobility or other work styles that you think we'll see more of than we have to date that will influence the products Microsoft builds and the things that enterprises do with them?
Yeah, a lot. I would say, there's different pivot you can think about hybrid, right? One is, a spatial pivot, which is people who are online versus they are in physical space. How does technology bring those online and physical space collaboration together in a way that doesn't feel, one is, second-class citizen, which is, I would say, the holy grail of how UC industry was born. We've been at this problem for more than a decade. So that's a familiar problem space, but I would say the technology advancements in the last few years, especially AI, vision AI, speech AI, has made a lot of these hard problems plausible to solve. And so I think that's one area that you will see us innovating, and with a lot of our Microsoft cutting edge technologies that will help bring these kind of experience in a way that feels much more natural, much more equal. And then the other axis that we think about is time axis, right? Because when you collaborate in different location, different time zone, then how do we help people just collaborate better, right? When not everybody is can be online and doing synchronous type of meeting at the same time. And, it's kind of like episodic collaboration. You can have one team in one location doing a lot of stuff, and then next days another team comes up, pick up and then continue. So that collaboration, blending asynchronous, synchronous collaboration across different time zone, and how do we make those work efficiently and follow the natural flow of work? That's another challenge that we have. And I just think, Teams is such a just natural product for it, right? We blend the synchronous, asynchronous communication, collaboration together. And, we're not there yet in terms of fully achieving that goal. But I think we just have, you should see us really pushing that asynchronous, synchronous, bringing those collaboration together.
Lan Yi, thank you very much for being with us. It's been a great conversation, really cool stuff. Enjoyed the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. It's my pleasure. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thanks very much. And everybody, you can keep watching Enterprise Connect TV for more great interviews.
Great insights from that video. I want to thank Microsoft's Lan Yi and Eric Kraft from Enterprise Connect. Interesting conversation, guys. Thanks for sharing that with us. We want to turn now to my next guest here on Enterprise Connect TV, Mr. John Arnold. John, of course, is principal at J. Arnold and Associates. John, welcome to Enterprise Connect TV.
Thank you, Terry. Really glad to be here. It's noisy out here on the show floor,
Indeed
but
it is.
We will make it work.
It is a vibrant and in-person gathering, and
let's just say it's a friendly crowd.
Well, glad you're here. For the past several years, you've led Enterprise Connect's coverage of speech technology, and you presented this year's update earlier today. Tell us about the state of the art for voice in 2022.
Sure, Terry. So speech technology today is being driven a lot by AI technologies, and the big update 2022 in the enterprise, which is what I'm focusing on in my research, is that there isn't much new. It's actually more of the same, just better. Because AI, the important thing with AI is that it always improves. It's what we call an iterative technology that the more you use it, the better it gets. And so now we're just getting more used to it. It's getting more effective in how it helps people be more productive in the workplace. That's part one to this. There's more to say though.
Okay. With regard to that iterative nature of AI, we've seen reports, not so much in contact centers or telecom or contact centers in particular, but that the biases that are inherent in human nature often get replicated in the underlying software for AI. Do you see that self-improvement cycle as being able to essentially winnow out the biases, the human biases that creep in?
I'm glad you brought it up because it is, we call it AI bias, and it's just the nature of whoever the developers are building these applications and chatbots, virtual assistants, they're going to kind of reflect their personal biases, not intentionally, but it just comes out that way. So the fact that most developers are young, they're male, they're white, is going to skew the intelligence that AI applications will be built with, because they're only as good as what we train them to be. So the more diversity we have in the developer community, the more that's going to get reflected and kind of minimize that bias. But it'll take, like the technology itself, it will take some iterations to work it out as we start noticing, right? And we see it in all types of applications. So for example, if you do a search on Google for Microsoft, you might get some funny results, not surprisingly.
Sure.
So human nature really is no different, but we're just not necessarily conscious of it. It just comes out. So after the fact, when we start detecting it, we say, that's going to change. So it kind of will self-correct.
It's curious. I mean, I don't think it's comfortable for any of us to confront our biases. They're somewhat unconscious. They tend to be shadow characteristics for many of us. It's discomforting, isn't it?
It is, but we can always remember that at least with technology, it's just programming. So biases can be undone quite easily. Our own attitudes and beliefs, not so easy.
Not so much, yes.
Right? So I actually have more hope that we can sanitize and keep the truth in AI if we run it right. But of course, when it's in the wrong hands, those biases will mysteriously emerge and get hardened before it becomes too late.
Okay, it's getting a little dark in here now. So
we can go a lot darker, as Leonard Cohen might want to say.
I have no doubt. Instead of getting darker, let's go in another direction. You've looked closely in your work at the challenges for the return to the office, which is a point that's certainly closer than the horizon. Talk about what you think poses some of the biggest challenges from an IT perspective as people begin to return to the workplace.
Well, a big one is for this to work, because we've been spoiled, a lot of us have enjoyed working from home, and we've managed this far, right? The workplace environment, for me to come back, put up with the commute and all the hassle of leaving home and everything, the workplace environment has got to be better. It can't just be what it was, because if I'm already getting that at home, why bother?
Sure.
Right? Unless you just want the social element. So for IT, that means that they've got to kind of, step up the experience and play to your advantages of having probably better computer power, better network access, better toys. And then you say, okay, this is why you come back to the office, because you can have better tools to do your work, and you have the social element too. So this is where the AI stuff gets really interesting, because now you're giving them a better environment and user experience that they wouldn't necessarily get at home, maybe using a 3-year-old PC,
okay.
Right?
Makes sense. John, are you or your colleagues or even competitors, is anybody researching whether in fact we collaborate better or we're more productive either at home or in office settings? Has the research gotten that granular?
No, I don't think so. Now, I've always said for years that the ROI on productivity is really hard to measure. I have not really seen great metrics.
It's pretty squishy.
It is. It's very subjective, but the thing is, as we become more digital in the way we do everything, in other words, we'll be able to measure every aspect of what we do in the office, I think we will see the emergence of new metrics that are totally driven by these technologies, and unfortunately they're going to define what productivity is, because it has to suit the technologies we're using. So in other words, I may attend the same number of meetings as you, but because maybe I'm a little more non-linear in the way I communicate and think, I'm going to be viewed as being a less productive person than people who basically know how to play the game. It's like when 12-year-old kids can have followers of 1 million on TikTok, that doesn't mean they're geniuses, they just know how to play the game. And I think it'll be the same here when those metrics start to become important. The people who will succeed are the ones who know how to basically do their work in a way that optimizes for what's being measured.
Okay, but based on the prism that you're describing here, viewing productivity through a crude measure like number of calls handled becomes kind of silly, yes?
Well, yes, because you can measure operational things like how many tools you're using, etc. But the number of calls doesn't necessarily correlate with the quality of decision making or the output a team is trying to produce. I think we're still a long way from coming up with ways that really show how effective people are working in teams. And I'm not convinced that these tools necessarily make people more productive. They can, right? But again, digital divide. The older generation is not as savvy with these tools.
Sure.
But they may have more wisdom in the way they do things and process information. So it's hard to say. Until we're all digital natives and we all operate the same way and have a common baseline, then you can have those metrics that work across the board. But right now, it's just the workplace, we're multi-generational, 3-4 generations. We all use technology differently, much harder to do.
John, real quickly, take us out. What are you most interested in seeing during Enterprise Connect this week?
I want to see more validation of where I see things going, which is more immersive technologies that play into this mix of the virtual and physical world.
Okay. Very
interesting stuff. We're a few years away, but there's plenty of companies doing interesting things in those areas.
All right. Well, maybe we'll be following up with you about that. In the meantime...
Virtually, of course.
Indeed. Well, I appreciate you coming by the Enterprise Connect TV News Desk. Thanks for your time today.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks, Terry.
This is Terry Sweeney for Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored, of course, by Microsoft. We are live from the show floor at Enterprise Connect, and it's great to see people back in person. Just a great atmosphere here. Everyone's clearly excited to be back together. Remember that Enterprise Connect TV will be bringing you the excitement from here on the show floor and also from the keynote stage. We'll be live streaming keynotes and general sessions, including tomorrow's opening keynote from Nicole Herskowitz, Vice President of Microsoft Teams at 10 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And if you can't be here in person, remember that Enterprise Connect is a hybrid event this year. That means there's a virtual component where you can visit with the event sponsors, watch conference sessions, participate in video peer discussion groups, and a whole lot more. If you're watching us on the Enterprise Connect website, just scroll down and you'll see more information and buttons you can click to register. Excellent. Our next guest on Enterprise Connect TV is Robert Lee Harris, President of Communications Advantage, a consultancy based in Southern California. Robert, welcome to Enterprise Connect TV.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
Appreciate you doing this. You led a session earlier today about the way company culture will impact hybrid work.
That's right.
A topic that's, I think, on a lot of people's minds. Tell us more about the issue and what you learned from your session.
Well, it's interesting. The main thing I learned is that it's not just a technology problem. There's definitely a lot of business decisions to make to be made, and I had actually written an article for No Jitter regarding this subject. What's interesting is I've worked at home as a consultant for a lot of my career, so I kind of had a bias. It's like, what's the big deal?
Sure.
And reading a lot of the research from companies like MIT Sloan and some HR organizations, there really is a lot of disadvantages to remote work as far as engaging people, getting them onboarded, getting them to be part of the company culture. And our panelists were great. We had an end user, Paula Burgess, who's from the Celio Group. It's actually a company that's a mix of both frontline workers doing heavy construction, building roads, and then people in the office using all the traditional tools that we're used to talking about here at the program. So she had some great insight into how that's been a challenge with hybrid work and mixing those two environments.
All right. So work from home may be great for long-time employees or people who are up to speed with systems, processes, can we say politics as well?
Right.
Maybe not so well suited for new hires and that sort of thing.
Yeah, new hires, not just new employees who are subordinates, but also new managers. It's very difficult to start managing a team remotely. And interestingly, in one of the studies that I found in my research, the companies that were considered by their employees to be the most innovative, companies like SpaceX and the Tesla, tended to be the ones where they had higher attrition during these last few years of what they call the Great Resignation.
Okay.
And I can picture where you have this intensity of work when you're working on some big space project, for 12 hours a day, and you're all kind of a team of comrades together, in a room, trying to replicate that through a computer screen at home. I just don't think it's the same environment, and I can see a lot of those people saying enough of that. This is too intense.
I mean, raise your hand if a 12-hour Zoom call is the epitome of your worst working nightmare. I mean, who wants to be on that call?
Right, but if it's something mission critical, there are times for those kind of like high pressure, innovative jobs where you have a passion for it and you're collaborating with a team in person that has that same passion. That's just what you do. You're building something great, and so that's what I think. That's where we see like the most extreme example of these very innovative companies that are high pressure, but people like want to be a part of it. They get disengaged and they don't feel as much a part of it when they're doing it remotely, and so I think they get burnt out more on that level of pressure.
John Arnold was just sitting in the chair you're in. You probably saw him in the revolving door on the way out. I was asking him, is there any research, you alluded to this, is there any research that suggests that people who work from home, people who work in offices are more collaborative, more productive? Are we having to rethink the metrics, the way we look at this, the way we talk about it? What's up there?
Research actually shows that people are more collaborative and more productive in the office. It's been skewed by the fact that in the last 2 years with the pandemic, there's been a forced social acceptance of homework, and we kind of had have all had a team crisis globally. That we've all been working together, that provides a lot of motivation. But in normal working circumstances, what happens even in hybrid work, people tend to start. A lot of people actually feel more pressure not doing either one or the other. They want to be all remote, or they want to be all in the office. They don't like switching routines. A lot of times people start getting into the habit of they're only working Monday through Thursday. Friday becomes kind of a free day where they, wait for the repairman and bake some bread, and like run some errands and things like that. So they're not really as engaged in work.
Okay, I don't know if you're a betting man, but
no, I can't decide.
Would you bet? Well, would you bet that as the return to work really begins to build momentum, will we see a new wave of the Great Resignation, part two of that? I mean, will we see a percentage of workers who say like, heck no, I'm not going back to the office. I love not commuting. I love working from home. What's your sense there?
Absolutely, and Paula actually, who was an IT manager from an actual end user, she had the real world experience. She said they've had a lot of resistance, and some people have even going in part-time. They've gotten very used to working at home and getting that work-life balance, but a lot of a lot of the managers who, with a lot of new initiatives and a lot of planning they're trying to do want the people at home. So there definitely is that tension. So of course there will be some resignation and some shifting from that.
Sure. Robert, I know artificial intelligence is also an interest of yours. You're an expert in this field, and I'm wondering if you can talk about some of the interesting trends that you're tracking where AI is concerned.
Yeah, and definitely. I think one of the coolest things is really how much it's becoming an enabling technology for things we're even seeing on this show, where before it used to kind of be a very big project only for very big companies with a resident data scientist who understood how to build all these ontologies and knowledge domains, and now they're embedding it in some of these cloud contact center products, so in the way that if you have somebody who understands the business, they can train the system to actually help solve problems and help enable agents, customer service agents, and other people to make better decisions and give better service. So I hate overusing the word democratization, but it really fits here, where there really is a democratization of artificial intelligence systems to the end user and to the business side, and I think that's really exciting. It's one of the things I hope that as people move to the cloud and move to AI systems, they don't just look at it to save money.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we can reduce headcount by doing this, by putting in a bot, or we can reduce maintenance people by moving to the cloud. I hope they really look at it as an enabling technology and ways to really serve customers better, make employees more satisfied, and really make a better customer and employee experience from that. That would be the ideal.
All right. Robert, real briefly, take us out with what you're most interested in seeing this week at Enterprise Connect.
What I'm most interested in seeing is actually how people have moved to the cloud out of necessity over the last 2 years, and a lot of times it's been very quick and very turnkey. They just take the solution. But you also have these cloud technologies with Amazon Web Services and Azure and Google Cloud, where people are starting to create knowledge platforms and domains of knowledge. And I'm really looking at solutions that allow people to integrate a whole cloud strategy. Not just a siloed application for the phone system. Otherwise, it's just like it was in 2001, the phone system, but it's in the cloud, and then the customer service system, except it's in the cloud. That doesn't need to be the case. So I'm excited about seeing integration and collaboration opportunities between the vendors and ways that customers are enabled to do those kind of things.
All right. Well, Robert Lee Harris of Communications Advantage. Great context, great insights.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you stopping by Enterprise Connect TV.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for doing TV News Desk. All right. And that is going to wrap things up today for this edition of Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We start up again tomorrow with something you're not going to want to miss. Enterprise Connect's General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kraft will be announcing the winners of this year's Best of Enterprise Connect Awards, live from the EC keynote stage starting at 9 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Once that's complete, Eric will be sitting down with 4 top IT executives for an insightful and informative discussion of the biggest issues and challenges facing enterprise communications professionals today. You'll hear from IT leaders at Ford Motor Company, Ryder, Amicus Therapeutics, and Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits. Of course, that will be followed by a fantastic lineup of keynotes, starting with Nicole Herskowitz, Vice President of Microsoft Teams, at 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll also hear keynotes from executives at Cisco and Amazon Web Services. We'll then be back with Enterprise Connect TV News Desk at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, of course, when Lisa Schmeiser, Editor-in-Chief of No Jitter, and Enterprise Connect Program Co-Chair will take over these interviewing duties. Join Lisa and her guests, the independent experts who deliver the great content, and you see it Enterprise Connect and on No Jitter. They'll have more fascinating and enlightening conversations about the biggest topics in enterprise communications. For now, this is Terry Sweeney saying thanks for watching. We'll see you next time on Enterprise Connect TV. Have a great night.